evening. The time is approximately 7 p.m. and the October 17th, 2024 Farragut Municipal Planning Commission will now begin. My name is Scott Russ. I'm the chairman that will be conducting tonight's meeting. We appreciate that every one of you has taken time from your schedules to attend tonight's meeting to observe how our town government works. All Farragut Municipal Planning Commission meetings are public notice per Tennessee state law. This Planning Commission meeting is being video and audio recorded tonight and will be posted on the Farragut YouTube channel. Links to this and other Planning Commission meeting recordings may also be found on the Town of Farragut website. Anyone in attendance tonight should be able to pick up a copy of the agenda at the door when you came in tonight. For any persons here tonight who would like to address this commission concerning an item on tonight's agenda, please pick up a blue comment card at the door and write your name, address, and the agenda number item that you wish to comment on, please. There will also be time reserved at the end of the business meeting for resident comments on non-agenda subjects, which also requires that you fill out a blue comment card. On each agenda item, the chairman will ask the town staff for residents' input. During this time, any Farragut resident wishing to speak to the Planning Commission on that specific agenda item may do so for up to 5 minutes. After being recognized by the chairman, please proceed to the podium microphone in order to be heard and viewed by all. In order to conduct efficient, business-like meetings, the town has adopted rules for how its meetings will be conducted. These rules are designed to keep the meeting progressing along, assure that all points of view are heard and considered, and to provide common courtesy to everyone. We ask that you observe the established meeting protocols that can be found following the agenda or on the back of the agenda that you picked up at the door. At the beginning of your presentation, please state your name and address for the record, and we ask that you address your questions to myself. And if necessary, I'll call on any of the other commissioners or staff members to address your questions or comments. Once you've given your input, I'll ask you to remain at the podium or please return to your seats. We ask that persons speaking avoid the use of improper language and profanity. Please only address the agenda issues. Speakers should strive to present original viewpoints and avoid redundancy. We ask that you also stay on topic of that specific agenda item. Everyone, please remember, we're here tonight doing the people's business, and it's a very important responsibility for all of us. Now, I ask that if you're able, would you please stand for a moment of silence for prayer and reflection, to be followed by the Pledge of Allegiance to our country's flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Now I'd like to ask if any of the other commissioners or staffs have any announcements or recognitions they'd like to have heard. And no, I just have one announcement that I'd like to make. A reminder to everybody that the early voting has begun in Knox County. As of yesterday, the nearest early voting location is the old Steinmart space in the Village Green Shopping Center. And the hours are mainly Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday, 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. Wednesdays from 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. And then this coming Saturday, 8 a.m. to 1 p.m. And Saturday, October 26th, the final day, 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. So if you haven't already, go out and vote, please. Okay, Mark, approval of the agenda, and I believe we have everybody present. So therefore, we have a quorum for tonight's proceedings. Are there any amendments to the agenda as presented?
No, sir.
All right.
Motion to approve.
Second.
All those in favor say yes.
Yes.
Noes? No noes? Let the record show the posted agenda has been approved. Approval of the minutes for the September 19th, 2024 Farragut Planning Commission meeting. Mark, are there any amendments to the minutes from September 19th?
No, sir.
Motion to approve.
All those in favor?
Yes.
Say yes.
Yes.
I abstain.
No nos. Let the record show that the posted minutes have been approved with one abstention. So tonight we have 6 business items up for consideration in our public hearing, Mark, and let's kick it off with agenda item number 1. I think this was discussed previously about a little over 3 years ago, and we decided to retain the hours. So we have a discussion and approval of moving the meeting time for the Planning Commission meeting from its current slate at 7 p.m. to 6 p.m. And again, I think that's kind of to be in alignment with the Board of Mayor and Alderman meetings who, I guess it was about 3.5 years ago, also moved their meetings up from 7 p.m. to 6 p.m.
That's really your all's decision. I don't have necessarily a recommendation. It would be consistent with the board, and we're going to ask the VRB to do the same thing next Tuesday. Right. And it does help a little bit with our Sheriff's Department staffing as well, moving it up an hour. So, again, this is your all's decision as to whether you want to do that, but I'll turn it over to
Okay, well,
discussion.
first, I guess I'm going to open it up to the commission and see if anybody has any objections or any concerns about moving the time up. You know, when we reviewed it last time, we did have a discussion in the public hearing, and in consideration for some of the members of the Planning Commission, that time just wasn't going to work according to the geography of their work schedules and just schedules in general, where it was going to be difficult for all Planning Commission members to be present. So I'd like to bring it up again if anybody has any discussion points. Do we want to do a roll call vote on this one, or just general vote? General vote?
It's up to you all.
Okay, well, we'll need a motion for approval to move the meeting up to from 7 p.m. to 6 p.m.
Move for approval.
Second.
We have a second on the floor. I'll ask all those in favor say yes.
Yes.
Yes. Noes? No noes. Let the record show that beginning with the November 2024 Planning Commission meeting, that will commence at 6 p.m. going forward. Agenda item number 4, discussion and public hearing on approval of a site plan for the Echo Suites Hotel, 11244 Outlet Drive, parcel 154.02, tax map 130. That's located west of the Cotton Eye Joe's. It's 3.1 acres, currently zoned OD-RE/E, Cox Universal Group applicant.
Yes, sir. This is a obviously new hotel. It's where the old West Park Inn was located, just to the west of Cotton Eye Joe's. You can see this is the old West Park Inn. And basically the whole site right now, almost all 3 acres, is covered in concrete and asphalt. The old building foundation and parking lot for that development that was torn down several years ago. So the applicant is requesting to redevelop the site. They'll be re-subdividing. They've submitted a re-subdivision plat to basically create a little over 1 acre lot to the east, and they're proposing to use the existing access, which we'll talk about in a minute, in this location here. And then basically the western 2/3 of the tract will be where the hotel will be situated. So this is kind of the existing conditions, and you can see the shaded area is the basically impervious area of the existing site. It's almost completely covered in concrete and asphalt. The proposed hotel is a 4-story hotel. It's got 124 rooms, and they obviously are going to be demoing the portion of the lot where the hotel and the parking will be situated. They have an area of permeable pavers, which would be north of the hotel, between the hotel and the parking that abuts Outlet Drive. So basically, when we reviewed this site plan at the staff developer meeting on October 1st, we had some discussion items that we need to bring up to the Planning Commission. related to the approval of this site plan. The first one was stormwater detention. The site right now, by it being almost totally impervious, they are reducing the impervious coverage by about 25% with this development. And what they're proposing is basically to say that they're using the existing conditions as the threshold, and that they're lowering the runoff rates with what they're doing. But they're not detaining it to a condition as if it were pre-old hotel site conditions, if you will. So one of the comments from the town engineer was that his preference and recommendation would be to detain the stormwater from the pre-hotel condition, not the condition that the site is currently. So that was one of the discussion points that the Planning Commission will need to think about. The town engineer, I think, is here if you have some specific questions about that. The second item on this was the access. As I mentioned earlier, the applicant is proposing to use the existing access, which is kind of east of center from the lot, on the lot, and it has an offset with the existing access on the north side of Outlet Drive, which actually is a county lane, Corporate Point Lane, and that offset does not meet the town's distance for an arterial street of 400 feet between access points. It's about 110 feet from nearest point of proposed access to the nearest point of Corporate Point Way. So they're proposing to keep it in this location because they're subdividing, as I mentioned earlier, the lot, and the parcel they're creating to the east would also access this existing access. So it would, if we were to move the access 400 feet from this existing access, the access would be further west. It wouldn't be as centralized with where they're creating their second lot. And the other issue, and we can see this a little bit with the grading, is if you've been out to the site, the western frontage of this lot along Outlet Drive is very steep. It drops off. So that's the two reasons that they're requesting to have the access where they're proposing is topography and to help centralize the access with the lot that they're creating. And so we could talk about that a little bit as well. The staff, basically, we understand, where they're coming from as far as topography and trying to use the existing access. The concern is you have a center turn lane conflict because they're so close between these two access points. So from a staff's perspective, at a minimum, we would ask that the access be shifted to the west to lessen the potential for center turn lane conflicts, because this property on the north side of Outlet Drive has got a pretty large area of undeveloped land. So depending on what kind of uses go there in the future, those developments plus what happens on the south side of Outlet Drive could generate a fair amount of traffic, and that kind of closeness between the two access points and the potential for the conflicts in that center turn lane could be a concern. And that's the staff's concern. Either way, they're going to have to request a variance. The access is an old access from an abandoned site, so this particular access is going to be about a 290-foot variance from the 400-foot requirement if that's where this is kept. And then once you all decide what you want to do with the access, then that would go to the Board of Mayor and Alderman for them to review the access request as well. The third item we talked about at the staff developer meeting was a sidewalk, and that's really been resolved. Again, if you go out to the site, there's an existing sidewalk along the south side of Outlet Drive that stops a little bit west of this property, and it really just kind of daylights into air almost. It's really steep drop-off. And so the comment was on the initial review of the site plan that the applicant would need to work with the adjacent property owner to the west who also is going to be developing a hotel. That site plan's already been to the Planning Commission, to try to, work together on the grading to blend that in so that we get a sidewalk along that Outlet Drive frontage, get that connected. They were able to get the sidewalk further away from Outlet Drive to get the 8-foot grass strip that's required, so they don't need a variance to that. And that was also an earlier comment on the site plan. So as far as the building plan, as I mentioned earlier, it's a 4-story building. This is kind of what it's planned to look like. A couple of elevations here. I think the applicant has a color and materials board too that they can bring up and show the commissioners. But this is generally what the building is proposed to look like. And it does meet the town's architectural design guidelines for buildings of this size in this particular zoning district. This zoning district for a 4-story building only has a 25% masonry requirement. So they do satisfy that. They've also added a cap to the top of the building, which was one of the earlier comments from the staff. So as far as the building goes, it's compliant with their design standards. So in terms of action on this plan, there's really 2 actions. We've got the request for the access and the variance associated with that, and then the site plan itself. So, Chairman, do you want to just have the board act on the variance first? And that's typically that's what we do.
Yeah, I think that would probably be the direction.
So with regards to the variance on the access, as I mentioned earlier, what they're proposing is roughly 110 feet from the other access on the northeast side of Outlet Drive, meaning that would be a variance of 290 feet. And their stated reasons would be for topography and to line up, to center the access more with what they're doing with the redivision of the track. Again, from the staff's perspective, we don't support using the existing access due to the conflicts in the center turn lane, and would recommend that the access be moved to the west. It may still not be 400 feet, but at least move it further to the west, and actually that would line up the accesses even more throughout the whole parcel, because it would be more centered within the overall parcel itself. So that's the staff comment on the access. Does anybody have any questions about that?
Okay, if we're going to vote on the variance before we open it up for discussion, we'll need a motion and a second. Motion to approve and a second on the floor. Do we have a motion on the floor to approve the variance for access?
Motion approved.
Motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
A second. All right, Mark, has there been anybody signed up with this item?
No, but I do have the applicant here, and they can
Okay.
present their position on this.
Yeah, well, we'd like to hear it then, if we could hear from the applicant.
I'd like to hear from the engineer, too, as far as Darrell. Darrell's here. That's our concern, anyway.
If you would, please, what's your name and your... Thank you. Do you have anything you'd like to present or speak to about some of the current concerns that the staff has regarding this variance?
Well, I guess Mark basically explained it all, and from our perspective, I'll start with the drive. We want to utilize the existing location, and as he said, it's because that's basically where it is, where the existing driveway is where the proposed property division will be between the hotel parcel and the excess 1 acre. So that it lines up there, that it makes it an even split, so that whichever
right, before we open it up to the commission, I'd like to see if the town engineer, Daryl, could you provide us a little bit of summary and review on this variance they're requesting?
I think Mark handled it he covered it pretty well.
Okay. Well, I know you've been to the site. And
I
checked
think
it out.
any movement to the west of that entrance is an improvement.
Yeah.
Mark, how far did you?
If you look on the screen there, if you went roughly from the nearest part of not the center of the driveway, but the nearest edge to the nearest edge, it's about 110 feet. And it's pretty short. I went out there and tested it in my car and just kind of went in the turn lane. And I mean, again, depending on, you can see on the screen, there's a fair amount of undeveloped area, and this is in the county, so I have no idea what that's zoned or what could happen there. But let's say it's something that's going to generate a lot of traffic. That's very likely going to come out here. So that offset could create potentially some safety issues, is really our concern. So like Daryl said, and like I mentioned earlier, any movement to the west would be helpful because you have more distance to lessen the conflicts that could occur in this short area within the center turn lane.
What is that posted speed limit there on Outlet Drive? I should know, I drive it. Eight trip.
It just came that way. I think it's 35.
You're right.
35.
It's not a good question.
Grant, did you ever look at lining it up?
No, look.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, I'd like to just, let's go down the line when I
Yeah,
open it up for the commissioners, because Commissioner Devlin provided a motion on the floor, and I'll let you go, Jeff, if you have any questions or concerns at the moment.
Sure. I'm the developer.
If you would, hold the floor, and allow the developer to speak. Thank you. If you could give us your name and your
Sure.
address.
My
please.
name's Philip Cox. I live in Johnson City, Tennessee.
Thank you.
So part of the logic behind it was obviously when we I know everybody's shared this already, but when we subdivide the property, clearly, like, there's going to be another user on the other side. So if you're coming through the hotel, now you've got to cut across all the hotel traffic if you put that entrance to the west. And so I guess the question I have for you all is, one, like, are you all okay to have two entrances on this site? Because if we're going to subdivide the property, then we're probably going to need to have two entrances. And secondly, from my understanding, I thought we were kind of grandfathered in with existing entrances anyways. So I'm not sure why we would have to apply for a variance for an existing driveway.
Well, a grandfathering expires in 30 months after, and that building's that's been demolished for years, many years.
Way past that.
And we did look at the initial staff recommendation was either to try to line it up here on the east end, which would be very east part of the lot, and yes, that would not be centered obviously at all, or try to have 400 feet between Corporate Point Way and here, and that's going to be out toward the west end, which I do understand would create cars driving in front of the hotel, and also you got that topography as you get further west. So what we really were looking at as kind of a middle ground was to at least get that access moved to the west to where it's actually more centered in the overall property, and it gives you a little more space to lessen the conflicts in that center turn lane so that you're minimizing the degree of variance that you're going to need for this project. And you really wouldn't have a lot of traffic going in front of the hotel because, again, you're not going all the way over 400 feet to the west. You're centering it more, but you're getting it further away from that center turn lane conflict area by moving it to the west, perhaps somewhere in this area, which would still require a variance, but it would be less of a variance and a safer situation.
Okay, thank you, Mark. Commissioner Devlin, do you have any questions? You had a comment?
No.
Okay, thank you. Well, we have a second from Vice Mayor Meyer. Do you have any questions or
I'm
comments?
just concerned about the, the safety, and I do think that the variance probably needs to be put in place, but I don't think it needs to be put in place with the existing driveway. I think there needs to be some space, as the staff have stated.
Okay. Thank you. Commissioner Preston, do you have any comments you'd like to make?
I'm gonna pass.
Okay, Noah, it's all you.
I do, the applicant would be eligible for two entrances if they didn't need any variances. So they could do two entrances. One could line up at the existing entrance across from Outlet Drive, and the other entrance, as long as they're 400 feet of separation. So the applicant does need to be aware that if they did want two entrances, it is possible. Now, would you potentially have, you know, a steep drive on your western exit or your ingress egress? Possibly so, but you could do that. The other observation that I had is the scenario as proposed is very similar to the Coles Jamestown Boulevard scenario that we have today on Kingston Pike, which is a dysfunctional entrance and exit to both. And it was a poor design many years ago. And unfortunately, we're just kind of dealing with it until we can come up with a fix. We may have a fix in the future, but what we don't want to do is do that again because of those center lane conflicts, those head-on conflicts. So I guess my thought is either move your entrance all the way over to the east, and then you would be eligible again for another entrance on the hotel parcel, or work with us and maybe if you could get another 100 feet to the west, and get a little bit more separation. I mean, but there's a 400-foot rule requirement between entrances for a reason, and you're asking us to drop basically, 300 feet off of that rule and drop it down to 110, is that right? Or drop 290 feet. Obviously, you have some topography challenges on the west end, and I can empathize with that. And I would support a variance, but I'm not going to support a variance of what you're asking here.
To me, even moving it to the far east there'd still be some of it an offset in that the edge of this property pretty much lines up with the center, so of the other drive, so that even if we were on that end, by the time you put the
radius.
You got the radiuses in and everything, you're probably taking that 110 foot, you're probably taking it down to like a 25 foot or something.
Yeah, it's definitely
offset.
not ideal.
So
I mean, it's gonna be
even
difficult
that
to
one, you
get.
couldn't get it to line up. I do think there is, if we're not utilizing the existing entrance, I do think there is potential that we could probably move it in the 75-foot range to the west before it becomes an issue with the rest of the layout. Because the other thing, you know, if you look at the way the hotel lies in there and your typical hotel with the entrance where you have the drop-off pickup area that's out in front, you wouldn't want the entrance to be directly at that. It needs to be on one side or the other. And by the time you get to the other side of that, that's where the topography issues would make it too great for the amount of throat length you have for any kind of a slope.
You know, you could just reverse the elevation on the hotel and that would solve that.
I don't know how the hotel works inside, but,
It's just
not
a
being an
reverse plan
architect,
of everything.
possibly.
Yeah.
But, you know, so I do think that, and that's, again, as you get further west, the topography becomes more of an issue. And that's where I think in that 75-foot range is about the distance we could get before the topography becomes an issue.
I think if you could get to 200 feet total, which is, you're saying maybe another 75, I'm asking maybe for another 90. You get to 200 feet total, which is half of our requirement, I think you'd get my support.
Okay?
Thank you, Noah. Vice Chairman Sinclair, do you have anything you'd like to add?
No, I would echo exactly what Noah said. I think going anything less than, going more than 200 feet is a non-starter for me. I think that's pushing a limit to me, all things considered with the topography and what have you. You know, we can't line up maybe using the two pieces of property to line up with some across from Corporate Point Way in some scheme that makes sense. Well, I would think you move that thing, another 90 feet would be appropriate as a minimum for a variance.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Pinchuk, do you have any comments or questions?
I do have a question for Mark. The property to the north is in the county. Who's responsible for the road, Outlet Drive, in that area? Is it the town or is it the county? And do we have any way of dictating what curb cuts would be coming out of that undeveloped property to the north?
I think through that section, the county has control of that, because that Corporate Point Way is a private road that was built under county standards and county approval processes. The property to the west, this sliver of land, is actually in the town. So really over here, it's kind of a weird setup, but this area here and then this area is all in the county, and then it becomes back into the town with the old Outlet Mall building, and then Cotton Eye Joe's are both in the town. So it's kind of a funky configuration of
So if that
the
property
town
is
limit through
developed,
there.
is it going to feed into the?
Yeah, they would, whatever develops here would tie
That
into
would-
that. Yeah.
Okay,
Is that all, Ron?
go ahead.
Thank you. Mayor Williams?
Yes. My suggestion would be to parallel what Noah has to say there on moving the hotel entrance. But I would be in favor of also putting a second entrance in, like what the applicant, the developer was talking about, right, would be right straight across for the separate piece of property that you're asking to be split off that particular piece of property and make a second piece of property. I think that would make a lot of sense, and that way they would both have their own entrances. That's what I've got.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I've looked at that too, and like I said, I drive that, 8 to 10 trips per week, twice a day, and that 35-mile-an-hour posted speed limit is nowhere close to 35 miles an hour. It's close to 50 to 70, and I'm not exaggerating. So, with the lane conflict, that separation just is, we pointed out, once you hit that little curve right there, that's where the speedway begins, right before.
They're already in that lane when they hit the curve. They're never in the right lane.
Correct, yeah, yes, that's true. So, anyway, I don't think I could support the variance that they're asking for at the moment, so. With that said, do we want to ask the applicant if they would like us to have another motion for the variance? If they're willing to do that, or would we go and vote with the current motion that we have on the floor?
Well, I guess I just had a question, because.
Sure, go ahead.
I don't know which direction you're leaning, but like, if you went with the mayor's proposal of moving it to the 200 feet, but also allowing another entrance, then I assume that variance then for the distance between those two entrances would be approved as well, for future entrance.
What he's saying is
It would
separation
line up.
on the south side and separation on the north side entrance. If he could get that all in one variance instead of having to come back at a later date and have to get another 200-foot variance.
I think my understanding was if we were going to have the access that tries to line up with Corporate Point Way, that would be under the understanding that the other access would be 400 feet away to the west. That was my,
Rather
What-
than 200 feet.
because then you got an access here, and then you still have a access here that would need a variance.
For the 200 feet.
Yeah, it would need to. The other option would be, from what I heard from most commissioners, was just to make sure that separation from nearest part of driveway to nearest part of driveway is at least 200 feet. I mean, I think that's
In my
what I
mind, he would
heard.
not have to come back for another variance
No, yeah, I
if
mean,
he wanted to do that.
if that's the movement that majority of y'all want to go, then that could be the action taken. You'd have to revise the motion, but then that would be the recommendation to the board, because the board's going to have to act on it as well.
I do think you could design an entrance on that east end. You're not going to get as soft of a radius for tractor trailers and things like they have on Corporate Point Way, unless you worked with Cotton Eye Joe's, and, you know, they might give you an easement to be able to curve over a little bit. But there is a pretty wide right-of-way there, and I think you can get a entrance in that would line up with Corporate Point Way for that other parcel. And I would, even with that entrance, I would still support a variance of a minimum of 200 feet from that intersection. Because like I said, you do have a topographical challenge, and that's a legitimate hardship that you're dealing with. And you've got good line of sight, so I'm comfortable with that. Does that, Mr. Applicant, did that answer your question? Kind of what you had
Yes.
posed to us? Okay. Again, I'm just one vote, so I don't know if everybody else would support that, but I would support that. I mean, ideally, we'd like for you to be 400 feet away, but we understand the challenges of getting 400 feet away with the topography.
Yeah, I mean, in theory, I'm fine with that. I just want to understand, I guess, how this impacts this decel line right here. Does that change that, or that's going to be an issue?
You'd still have the same thing, it'd just be over
You
here.
just have to move your decel lane over.
Was there enough room to do that? I mean,
Well, you've got the right-of-way to do that. You know, topography would be a little more challenging. You might end up
I
with,
don't know if the,
I mean, you might end up with some little short retaining walls to try to get it to fit, or some fill. Yeah, that's true. And I guess you're right, you'd have some fill and then maybe retaining walls on your parcel side. But I think they'd be relatively short.
And that could be definitely legal.
Well, you're gonna have to get creative with your sidewalk anyway.
Yeah. That's another point, sidewalk. That would help them there.
I guess we can do that either way. Go ahead and get that, and then we have the option.
yeah, that's true. That's true. We can get the variance, and then we can always just decide what we want to do. Okay. Yeah, I think we're fine with that.
So that would be the motion, we would need a new motion on the floor for,
Or either amend the motion or
Just
withdraw
to
the motion and start over again.
Just to
Okay.
clarify,
Yeah, let's
like,
be clear on what the motion is.
Yeah, we would.
Yeah.
Amended motion is.
okay, thank you.
Well, whoever made the motion is the only one that can amend their motion. So I think that was Jeff.
Yep.
Still think that was the cleanest way to do it, but I'm hearing what you guys are saying. Yeah, nope, I'll pull it,
You want to pull it or amend it?
pull it,
Okay, that's fine.
start over.
He's gonna pull it for,
Okay.
Just withdraw he's withdrawing the
So,
motion. Is that fair?
note that the motion for the 290-foot variance has been withdrawn. So we have, if we bring the motion up again, we'll need a motion for a variance from the access point from Corporate Point Way
Yeah, I think so.
to the access point of 200 feet.
I'll make a motion to.
Yeah, and to be clear on that, that's closest point of driveway to closest point, not center.
Yeah,
200
it did
feet.
look like you did
Okay.
on one of your engineering documents, when you were measuring that, you were measuring it from the center of the intersection, not the tangent. I'm just probably need a traffic engineer to explain this, but basically it's the straight
Right.
line that is created from the curb line over. Is that based upon when it's
Yes.
perpendicular to the road?
They're
Which I'm
measuring
doing
it
a
in the
terrible
way
job
you,
explaining
they
it.
actually are measuring it in a way you normally would, from the center to center.
Oh, yeah,
We
as
can
long as-
do that, but we just need to account for that additional distance, because I think the intent is that the nearest point of the two is at least 200 feet.
Right.
Not counting the radiuses. Right, not
Yes, yeah,
counting
you
the
don't get
radius.
penalized on the radiuses, correct?
Right.
the other
Yes, sir.
thing that variance is gonna do, just move that sidewalk, because this is gonna come up in the second thing, is it's going to reduce the amount of impervious surface that we were adding, or pervious surface that we were adding back to the site.
yeah, we'll get to that shortly.
Okay.
All right, I'm gonna make a stab at this variance so we can move on here. I'm gonna motion to approve a variance for 200 feet based upon the topography. And I'm gonna leave out the other language that was suggested. But anyway, a motion to approve a variance for 200 feet between intersections based upon the topography.
Do we have a second?
Yes, I will.
Okay, all those in favor, yes?
Yes.
Noes? No noes? Let the record show that the variance, amended variance for 200 feet distance from Corporate Way Point has been approved. Thank you, gentlemen. So, Mark, the next item on.
Well, we still got some more stuff.
On this agenda.
Yeah, we
On
still
this
got-
agenda item.
Probably feels like we're finished,
part
but,
two.
Okay.
you got the site plan itself actually to vote on. And we only had 7 subject twos on this, which is pretty good for a site plan like this. The one that really you all need to weigh in on, as I mentioned earlier, is going to be this stormwater detention question. And again, the existing site, almost 100% impervious. They're reducing that by at least 25%.
Can
So-
we, sorry, I'm sorry to interrupt. I want to just understand the first variance that was approved. Like, was the second entrance approved or not?
No.
Well, that would be a separate site plan. So whenever
Yeah.
your restaurant or whatever you're gonna put on that 1 acre, that's gonna be a separate site plan. The reality is, you've already got a 200-foot variance from the intersection across the street. As long as you line up your entrance, and there's not other line-of-sight issues that would require a right-in, right-out, or something like that, as long as you line up your entrance, I don't see why you wouldn't be approved for that entrance that serves that other lot. We are probably going to require connectivity, vehicular connectivity between your lots.
Oh, yeah.
Just so your hotel customers can drive over to the restaurant and vice versa. But that's something that we kind of do all over the town. I think the reason why we're not doing it
We
here.
would want to do that anyways, just for parking.
Well, so you can, right, you can share some parking and so forth, but at any rate, so no, we can't approve that entrance because it's not before us tonight, but I think you've got a 200-foot variance. I don't think that if that entrance came back to us, it wouldn't require another variance.
I mean, we'd have to see the details of it. I don't know how much space they have. If they could actually line it up to where there is hardly any offset, then it wouldn't need a variance.
Well, the corporate way is a big entrance. I mean, they've
Right.
designed that for a lot,
Yeah.
tractor trailers coming in and out of there on a daily basis. I mean, there's a brickyard back in there.
Yeah,
And so I don't think their entrance is going to be as large as what's across the street. So I think,
Yeah.
yes, are there some constraints with the property lines? Absolutely, but I think they can make it work.
and they may want to just set it up to
Whatever, if not,
use,
then-
to have, it needs to be set up, obviously, so this parcel will access here. They may not want to put the access here because they only have a little over an acre, and that's going to consume a fair amount of their usable acreage with that.
Yeah.
But that's, that's something we can look at if that comes up, but I think if they moved it to meet the 200 feet at least, then that, that's a reasonable access that could service both parcels.
And nothing to say to be a restaurant, could be a daycare.
Could be.
Mark, a question with this stormwater, do we even have the authority to grant a stormwater variance, or is that BZA?
Well, on that one, you all review the site plans. I think if there's a rejection of a site plan on a stormwater-related matter, that the appeal goes to the Stormwater Advisory Committee.
Okay.
So I can turn that over to Darrell if he wants to speak to that a little bit more, because that's really more of a engineering item. The bottom line is they are making it clearly better than what it is and what it has been for many years, and the permeable pavers will add to that as well. But it's still not going to be detained to the level of like pre-hotel conditions, as if it were a green space.
How much of their water is getting cleaned? Is it, are we dealing with?
They'll still be meeting that requirement. Yeah, that's not, it's just basically the detention aspect of it.
So we're dealing with water quantity, not water quality.
Right, yeah, they still have
So
to
the
deal with.
water quality issue, the water quality requirements are still being met.
Yeah, they still have to meet the water quality requirements. Yeah, that's not anything that
Honestly,
they're,
I was surprised with that condition in that when you read the ordinance, it says to a pre-developed condition, not to an undeveloped condition. And I know with 3 or 4 other projects that we've done redevelopment on, that was not a requirement to do full detention back to a undeveloped condition. It was just as it sits.
Okay, we'd need Darrell to speak on that, okay?
Do y'all want to, I mean, while you got the lectern, you want to kind of discuss this, and then we can ask our engineer for his.
This is like, I know that you all have higher standards in this town, and I can appreciate that, but that is something that you see across all the state. Like, nobody requires, if you're making less impervious surface, nobody requires you to add detention. That just isn't counterintuitive. You're already improving the tension in the town by adding more impervious surface. I mean, it just, or pervious surface, it just doesn't make any logical sense. Like, you've already improved the situation. What do you need to detain for? You've reduced the amount of water that's already been created in the city from the basis you're starting point. So it just,
We have
why
a
nobody
flooding,
else does that.
we have a flooding problem over there to begin with, so.
I can certainly appreciate their stance on it, and there have been a couple of times at least that I can think of that the Planning Commission has given some relief. Personally, I've always looked at it, pre-developed is pre-developed. And that would be what they should consider as existing conditions. So that's my thought on it. But again, I can understand where they are coming from. I can't waive any requirements on it. That would be up to you guys. Is that
I'm
correct?
trying to think at Brooklawn, there was a lot of impervious surface with the old Kroger
The old Kroger
Yeah.
and the old Kmart
and the old Kmart.
comes to mind.
And I'm wondering
I think
if
both
there
of
was some
those.
relief that was granted there. You know, at the end of the day, we would like to see this site redeveloped.
Sure.
And try to bring it closer into compliance. And so I see some thoughts with that, but what I'm trying to determine is we do have some precedent for giving somebody some credit for pre-existing impervious surface.
Correct.
And Brooklawn's the only one I can think of. There's probably some others that we didn't hold their feet as close to the fire as going all the way back to, pre-development.
Those are the two that come to my mind. Is the
Brooklawn
old-
and Kmart, yeah, that's kind of what I'm thinking too.
That whole area.
That whole area. And maybe,
I
I'm trying
will
to think,
say-
maybe the old Ingles to the new Ingles, but most of that parking lot kind of stayed there.
Because theater,
Yeah. Yeah. But not water quantity. So-
I got a question.
Go ahead, Ron.
Please. Condition number 5, I'm going to read this right from the agenda here. It is true that the development of this site will lower runoff rates, but not to the point of pre-development of the old hotel. How far off are we?
I'll defer to the designers on that.
Okay.
I do know that they're making a pretty big improvement. So
my question is the amount of permeable pavers enough as it stands, or do they need a little bit more?
Well, we also, at the staff developer, there was discussion of going deeper or,
deeper with the base stone underneath.
yeah, or more.
More surface
More
area.
more surface. So
Well,
has
it's the
that decision
volume
been
was
made?
what we're after tonight, and the only way to hit that would be to go deeper, but I also can empathize that, they are taking an existing site without detention, and they're proposing, to start now cleaning the water with some good methods, and then as well as detaining some of the water. So are we getting 25% permeable pavers on this site? Is that kind of what the target here? Yes. Okay. And do you have any storage? So you have some storage capacity?
There is some
under
storage
the permeable
capacity
pavers?
under the pavers.
It looks like on the south side of the property that you're actually kind of draining it over into the TDOT right away is with some open curb cuts, is that?
That is
Am I
correct for
interpreting
that
that
back,
correctly?
for that backside, that is
For the
correct.
backside, you're just, where
And
does that?
that's how it's going now.
That's how it's going now?
And just the way it lied, that it couldn't really direct it into another direction.
Okay. So you're saying the whole site is basically draining over on the TDOT right away today?
Well, it goes into the TDOT right away on the southeast corner, because what gets collected and whatnot in the existing pipes that were on the north side of the hotel, the old hotel, they go down to that southeast corner of the property. And probably, 100 feet east of this property, it comes back onto There's a swale that runs in behind where Cotton Eye Joe is and keeps on an angle going away from the interstate until it gets to a real large pond down on the other end of Outlet as you're getting up to kind of in between, behind where the Harley Davidson and a dog care place.
Yeah, that's
There's a
actually
large pond back down.
Turkey Creek, and that's
Yeah.
kind of
down-
the,
Well,
yeah.
short of Turkey Creek, there's a large pond area before you get to Turkey Creek that it drains to currently.
And that, when that overflow, that's what runs
And
down
when-
to the
correct.
freeway and floods it.
Well, it goes from there into Turkey Creek, right?
I still haven't heard an answer from my question as to how far off are we on this runoff?
Well, to be honest, I don't know exactly because I didn't run it in an undeveloped condition. We ran it in the condition it is currently pre-developed and then what we're proposing. I didn't look at it as to go back and try to figure out what was there 45 years ago and how it drained and what was the ground cover then, whether it was farmland, whether it was woods or whatever. We honestly didn't look back that far, or even if I can find an aerial photo from that time frame in the 70s or so before that hotel was built.
Pretty town, too.
It's built right before the World's Fair.
It was right around 1980 or so that it was built, but,
It was
I don't know
built before
exactly
the
what
World's
was there before.
Does that answer your question, Commissioner Pinchot?
Not really.
Not really.
Just kind of left it open. Okay.
I mean, we know it's roughly about a 25% reduction in the current runoff rate. Exactly what it would be compared to a completely undeveloped condition, I can't say for certain. We could try to make some assumptions, but I can't say for certain.
Daryl, can you give us an idea how much further he's got to go?
What is your answer?
Well, I mean, it's basically a 2.5 acre site that you're dealing with, correct? You started with 3.5, you're cutting off an acre, so you're now dealing with 2.5. I mean, your detention requirements would be
Well,
substantial.
that acre's still there and still paved, because we're not taking that out at the moment, because we're leaving that as allowance for the future. So we're still, I guess, looking at that still other acre as if it's still there and still paved.
Right. But the reality is you're gonna come to us probably looking for relief on that with a site plan at some point in the future.
Without detention, yeah.
And I'm not
And
saying
it'll
that's
be-
good or
And it'll be
bad.
in the same situation where now it's probably 95, that extra acre lot is probably 95% paved, and it'll drop down to 70 to 75% paved.
Depending on
once-
what built goes
Once
back.
something else is built there. And between that and then whether it has pavers or some other, it'll basically be in the same, yes, it'll basically be the same.
Right.
I mean, guys, if you all want me to build this hotel and you're telling me I gotta now put detention on the out parcel, I can't make this deal work. So this is, again, this is a requirement that no other city asked you to do. Like, why are you all, like, looking at it this way? It's even in your code, it's not even clear what the deal is. It doesn't say anything about going back to some foreign time when you don't even know what it is. Like, that's why nobody puts that in the code, because nobody's gonna, like, go back in history 40, 50 years to assume something.
Well, I mean, I think pre-development means pre-development, whether it's your development or a previous developer's
I don't know
development.
if it
So, I
says
mean,
pre-development.
I don't think there's anything ambiguous about the word pre-development.
To me,
And
pre-development.
quite frankly, I mean, I'm on board with giving you some relief, but if you start battling with us, it's gonna be hard for me to give you any relief at all.
Well, I'd love to hear a proposal, I guess. I just, all I've heard is, like, assumptions, I guess.
No, we've had questions. That's what you've heard.
Okay, well,
That's what we're here for.
okay. Well, I'm here to help develop the town as well. And, we're gonna bring a lot of sales tax dollars, we're gonna bring a lot of hotel tax dollars to the city. So, I mean, we're taking a big risk on this as well. And I think, like, this is just not a requirement we're used to seeing, just to be honest. So, maybe you have different regulations for that, but I think if you ask them in other markets, and even in Knoxville, is this a typical requirement you would see on a site like this? The answer would be no.
Well, I guess I can say one thing. We have situations where we have developments that we end up having to deal with the water. that they didn't deal with. And that's something we don't want to get into again. So we look at it probably a lot differently than a lot of other people do. So I hope that answers your question.
Has a decision been made with the permeable pavers to go deeper or have more area covered? Has that been discussed?
It's deeper.
We haven't discussed it. We were under the impression when we left that meeting that the calculations would probably work out in our favor anyways. And so I thought we would have those calculations, but we haven't run, so, because for a good point, like, we can't, we don't know what to base it off of.
Well, there are historical aerial photographs that are out there that you can go back and look, and you're gonna be able to fill in your data points and know exactly what was there. My thought is, kinda like the access variance, if we could get you halfway there, we could get you 50% of the way there, I think you'd get a lot of this planning commission on board with it. 25% of the way there, it just doesn't sound like a real diligent effort on my part.
I just don't know what that means. Like, I don't.
Obviously, your engineer's got to be able to calculate that for you and say, well, if you're 25% detained today, what's the most cost-effective way to get you 50% detention?
We just have to be able to develop that out parcel, that's all I was saying. Like, if we can't develop that out parcel, we can't make the deal work. So I hope that math works enough to be able to do that.
What I would encourage you to do is whatever detention facilities that you work on here, try to accommodate your out parcel for what I assume it's a restaurant or something, but try to accommodate that. Not maybe necessarily to get you all the way back to 1979 when it was a pasture, but to try to, if we get you 50% of the way there, and that's kind of what I remember with Brooklawn, is trying to get 50% of the way there. And that's basically giving you relief for coming in and trying to redevelop an eyesore of a site, which we'd all like to see get redeveloped. We'd like to see it get on the tax rolls and offer some amenities to the community. But, giving you a 75% variance is not real appetizing to me.
Well, it's not a 75% variance in that it's a 25% reduction from what's there now.
Yeah.
But what was there before is probably, what was there pre-development was probably at least 40% of what's there now. The water still ran off that site.
Oh, yeah, sure, absolutely, yeah.
So you probably had somewhere in around a 40% of the runoff occurred regardless of what the ground cover was. And then, they went and paved it, so that jumped up from what's there now. It doubled to tripled what was there before to get us to the 100% that's there now, sitting right there today. So we're reducing it back up to 75% of what's there today, which is what was there before was probably 40% of what's there today, if that makes sense.
Well, the water carryoff that goes to the ditch row that's behind, between you and the freeway, that's been there. That's been where the water runs. And whenever they widen the freeway, I told you before, that is going to be right smack up against your property. So they may even have to put in some sort of detention to carry that water off anyway. That study is an environmental study, and that section right there is part of that environmental study. So they're going to be looking at stormwater. They've got a problem there. They have a flood in the freeway on the eastbound side, and they put cones around it, and it backs traffic up.
Yeah, that's in their pipe system.
Yeah.
The creek itself isn't backing it up, it's their
Well,
pipe system.
all total water does, okay?
Well, we actually went out there and looked at it at one point because of some of the development on the Turkey Creek side there, in that their pipes had free flow in a large storm when that was flooding. Their pipe system had free flow, but it was backing up in their pipe system, or they have a clogging in their pipe system that's causing the backup on TDOT. It wasn't the creek itself.
Well, it's still being fed by it.
It's all part of the watershed.
Yeah.
I'd like to ask Daryl to come back up and see if maybe we're closer to a solution than I realize. So Daryl, if we could borrow you, because I don't know how if I was gonna make a motion, I'm not sure how to put it into a motion. So if we're trying to get the applicant halfway to the pre-development discharge on that site, and that's, calculating, I know you got all the different flood events and so forth, and, we know the site, when it's saturated, is not gonna hold water, so he makes a very educated statement saying, hey, even when this was a pasture, it still had runoff. We all agree to that. What would be a way numerically to get him halfway to the pre-development discharge?
Well, you could look at it, just go back to the pre-developed discharge, the pre-developed conditions.
I was just hoping you were gonna give me a number. You were gonna say, yeah, it's 35%,
Use
37.5%.
a curve number of 65. I don't know.
Well, that's maybe what I'm thinking. Maybe it's, if it was 30% then, and it's obviously, if we're
Yeah.
basically discharging 100%, or let's say 95% because it's 95% impervious, then you gotta split the difference between 30 and 95, that's somewhere, I guess 60 some odd percent. So,
Right.
but is that a number that an engineer could come up with?
Yes,
Well, let me ask you this. Is that a number as the town's engineer that you would be comfortable with?
yes.
Okay. How appetizing is that to the applicant? Well, target is to get you halfway there, just like we did on your access variance. If we get you halfway there to your pre-development discharge, taking into account that the site, even when it was a pasture, still had runoff, but to get you halfway there to your pre-development discharge. And apparently it can be calculated.
It can be. We just haven't run that number yet, so exactly what that will take for us.
And you may not be that far off already.
I really don't think they're that far off now.
If you're detaining 25%, and all we're trying to do is, I'm just throwing this out because I haven't done the calculations and I'm not qualified to do the calculations, and all we're trying to do is get you to 35%, you may not be that far off.
That was my first question. How far off are we?
It's hard to
We've
vote
gone
on a
all the way
variance
around
when
on that.
we don't know really
Now,
what
what
we're
is the
voting
number?
on.
But if we did, but there are some things that if we knew they were halfway there, we could vote on variance subject to
Yes.
the stormwater design getting halfway to the pre-development discharge. And that basically is giving them credit for taking a pre-existing site that is mostly pervious surface and redeveloping the site. That we otherwise we're not obligated to give somebody that credit. I mean, our rules do say take it all the way back. And in this scenario, and there is a precedent for doing this in the town, and we've always we've found a middle ground with a developer trying to come up with a solution that doesn't break the bank and is also good for the community and detains more water than what's being detained today.
It's actually, I think, the same relief that was given to the Kroger site,
Okay.
Brooklawn,
You're trying to get them halfway there?
halfway there.
Okay.
Okay, thanks, Daryl.
Could we ask the applicant to give us an idea how much further they could go?
They don't know yet.
Well, I
They
mean,
don't have the
They haven't done the calculations. I mean, there's some hydrology calculations that's gonna take a little bit
so
of
we
time.
need to table this then.
Well, I think we could amend. We don't currently have a motion on the floor.
The site
to
plan,
approve that.
you know.
Just want to say that. We opened discussion prior to that. We would need an amendment, again, as Noah suggested, with a subject to, coming after receiving the calculations, to get to that 50%.
This is on site plan approval, so.
Yeah, this
Yeah.
basically be to get to half of the pre-development runoff detention. And then that there'd be drainage calculations submitted for the town engineer's approval. So it wouldn't hold up them having to come back to the planning commission. That would be a way to not hold their timeline up, which I would support
Grant, looks
that.
like you got a question for us.
Well, I guess the question, I'm just trying to make sure I'm understanding the discussion, so I'll just throw out some number. Let's just say if we went to a completely undeveloped condition, the runoff was 3, and as it sits today, we'll say the runoff's 10, or I'll make it 9 because the math's easier. You're looking to get us to 6.
Yes, sir, that's exactly right.
Okay.
So in order to move forward with that, what we would need to do is,
Need a motion to approve the site plan with those subject to.
right, but, well, first, before we do that, though, have we given discussion to all of these subject twos? Is there any others?
Well, I can go over them if you
Yeah,
wanted
let's
to.
do, because
Yeah,
we need
yeah,
an
we
agreement.
probably
on
Yeah,
that.
Let's cover them
Technically,
all.
we're not even supposed to be discussing this, but we haven't made a motion and a second on the site plan.
Thank you, Noah.
Go ahead and do that.
And at this time, I would like to, after all this discussion, and I apologize for the order, I should have called that out sooner. Thank you, Noah.
You're welcome.
May we have a motion to approve the site plan for agenda item number 4?
Motion to approve the site plan as presented with
We
subject
have,
twos.
we have a motion, we have a second on the floor. Okay, and we already determined there's nobody signed up to speak to this. So now, if you would continue with the remainder of the site plan
The
items.
subject twos, the first was the access. The site plan will need to show the access and where it ultimately gets approved through the variance process, which is the 200 feet between nearest part to nearest part of driveways. Letter of credit for erosion control, that's pretty standard. The drainage fee is also standard. First Utility District signing off on the final stamped approved set of plans, that's something that we require. The fifth one was the one dealing with detention, which if the commission, if their feeling is to get it to halfway to the pre-development condition and then have a drainage calculation submitted for the town engineer's approval, if that's acceptable to you all, that would be number 5. 6 would just be a note on the site plan dealing with that the re-subdivision plat would have a general area along the western part of the property where there'd be kind of a blanket potential access easement so that if it were desired in the future, we're not saying it has to happen, but there would be a kind of an access easement place and that the site plan kind of cross-reference that. That would be actually on the plat.
Could that be let's stop right there a minute, Mark, just for his benefit. Could that also be a parking spot left open?
Yeah, it can
Okay.
be used as it is now, because it may not make sense in many years to do anything with that, but
Yeah.
at least you've
Okay.
kind of thought through that and you've planned for it. And if there's a desire in the future to connect that, then you have at least an easement and an intention that was thought about, when this was presented for approval. It's just good planning to try to set those things up on the
Yeah.
front end. Same way you'd do that, you'd have an access easement down, here, it's ultimately going to be a little further west. And it would be in favor of the parcel to the east, so.
You understand that? Okay.
And then the sign, the 7th item is just signage is a separate approval, and that's something they do show some signs on their site plan. We don't want to imply by approval of the site plan that the signs have also been approved. So that's just another typical requirement that we have. So really, like I said earlier, 7 conditions on a plan this complex is pretty good, actually, and I commend the project designers on that. It is a pretty good set of plans.
Thank you, Mark. Grant, is it clear to you what we're trying to do here? And
Yes.
you're okay with the remaining 6 subject twos that we have?
As long as we make it work, yes.
Okay, that's what we're here for. We're trying to make it work for you guys. Before we do move on and try to craft a motion for this, I'm just going to open up for any of the other commissioners. Do you have any additional questions for the applicant or for Mark?
Mr. Chairman, I don't necessarily think it'd be another motion. It's just, we've got to craft the language in the subject too. I mean, I think we've got the motion in a second,
Just
and then we can do all the discussion,
subject
but I
to-
don't think we need another motion unless I'm missing something.
motion's open.
Okay.
Would you like to craft the subject to?
Well, I think the subject too is, the subject, and matter of fact, I'll go directly into, what number was that, number 5?
Number 5.
Number 5, where the applicant to design the post-development discharge to 50% or at least
The
50%.
average of an undeveloped in the current condition, which would basically be the 50%.
Yeah.
Either way.
Mark, is that clear? We're trying to get the post-development to be at least 50%. I mean, if, you know, all of a sudden, if you come in at 51, we're not gonna make you go back to 50, we're delighted. But at 50% of the pre-development, or maybe we should be asking Daryl, because Daryl's gonna be the one reviewing the plans. Daryl, am I crafting that language appropriately where you're gonna be able to, when you review the plans and staff, you'll know what our intentions are? Okay.
Okay, very good. Well,
Mark got it first.
yeah.
And then let's do any other discussion.
Yeah.
There may be other questions on stuff we haven't even talked about.
Yeah, that's all we had from the staff level were those items. Like I said earlier, they worked the sidewalk connection out with the adjacent property owner after the staff developer meeting.
That was the only thing, yes, it was left. And they
Yeah,
got
that we
taken care
had.
of, right?
Mhm.
And the Excel taken care of. So that's all that was discussed.
Okay, very good. Well, so with that said, Mark, you,
He does have a color and materials board. I don't know if y'all want to see that since Philip went to the trouble to have one.
yeah, let's.
Maybe you should bring that up to have them look at
Yeah,
it.
we'd
but
like to take a look at those, please.
Hate for it to be a wasted trip for that.
And we're not singling you out on this. We do it with everybody.
But that's something that we require of everybody is the material and colors board for a new project like this. So that's kind of that's what it would look like as far as the general colors on the building and the materials that they're proposing. Like I said, they're a little over 25% masonry. That's on the lower part of the building. And a mixture of other materials on the rest, which again is all compliant in this zoning district.
What's the glass portion there? I can't read that, but it's too small print. The second row, or the,
I think it's all just as glazing on the all the windows in the building.
oh, is that what it is?
Yeah, it's a glaze.
Okay.
Yep.
Is Echo Suites, are they under one of the main flags, or is that, I'm just not familiar with them?
It's a Wyndham brand.
Wyndham, okay.
Okay.
They're relatively new. We opened the first one in the country in Spartanburg, South Carolina.
Okay.
So this is your second one?
It's our third.
Third,
Another
okay.
one in Johnson City. It's under construction.
Oh, in Johnson City? Okay.
Hotels even do pools anymore? Or is that kind of a thing in the past? No one,
Some do, some don't.
Yeah.
It just depends on the brands.
depends on okay.
Price point usually,
Yeah.
as far as staying there.
Yeah, and just demands and, I mean, they're all different, so.
Okay.
Okay, do we want to open up discussion for any of the other subject twos, or we've covered everything? Does anybody, no more questions?
No.
With that said, we do have a motion on the floor in a second.
Was it seconded?
I did.
Mayor.
Yeah, Ron seconded it. So.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, no.
If I could interject, I would
Please.
like to allow the applicant, if they did want to reverse the plan on the hotel, they could do that without having to come back to us. In that way, if it helps with their new entrance.
Yeah, no,
where
I appreciate that.
Okay,
I
and-
think we'll at least look at that.
Okay. So Mark, are you okay with that? I mean, the building's pretty rectangular. I
Yeah,
don't
I'm
see
okay with
anything
that if you all are.
That would cause anything funny here if they reversed it, because they're still gonna be within the same, pretty much that same footprint.
If you all are comfortable with that, I'm very comfortable with that.
Yeah, I'm most definitely comfortable with it.
Okay.
Could reverse. Okay.
All right, I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, now the floor is yours.
No, thank you, no, I appreciate it. So we're voting with a motion and a second to approve the site plan with subject twos and amended subject to number 5. All those in favor say yes?
Yes.
Yes? Noes? No noes? Let the record show that the site plan for the Echo Suites, agenda item number 4, has been approved. Thank you for your patience in working with us. At 8:15, do we want to try to go through this one, or?
That's what is it?
I think we can get through this one.
Yeah.
Let's try this one.
Okay. Agenda item number 5 is discussion, and it's for discussion purposes only, on a request to amend the text to the Farragut zoning ordinance to permit a second dwelling unit on an existing lot of record that is greater than 1.5 acres in the rural single-family residential R1 zoning district. Tyler Butler is the applicant. Mark?
Yeah, the planning commission reviewed this as a workshop item back in August. And I wasn't at that meeting, but my understanding is the commission was generally open to considering this, but they wanted the staff to look at maybe further limiting where this could occur, because we found that there was about 150 parcels that are currently zoned R1 that are over an acre and a half. So what we did was go back and we asked the GIS staff person to look at the lots that wouldn't have enough frontage to be further subdivided as maybe a way to reduce that number. And that actually lowered the count to around 25. So those are lots that could not be further re-subdivided to be in compliance with the town's subdivision regulations, due mainly to a lack of enough frontage, because you have to have at least 75 feet of frontage for each lot that you're creating. So those lots wouldn't have, the ability to further re-subdivide. So that may be one other way to lessen the pool of candidates that could qualify to have a second dwelling unit on a lot that's zoned R1, that's over an acre and a half. So we wanted to get the commission's feedback. In addition to that, there will also be other parameters, just like we did with the agricultural zoning district a couple years ago when we allowed a second dwelling unit to be placed on certain lots in that zone. There was a number of conditions and parameters that we included for that, and we could do the same with this, dealing with, the second building would have to meet all setback requirements. There might be a minimum distance between the two houses. The access would have to be shared. The codes, building and fire codes would have to be complied with, because those are certainly considerations too on a lot like that. So, those are things that we could add in addition to basically a condition that the lot could not be further re-subdivided and be in compliance with the Farragut subdivision regulations. So I'll open it up to your all's thoughts, and I think Tyler Butler's here, the applicant, if you have any questions for him. But that's kind of the staff's position on this.
Okay, thank you, Mark. Mr. Butler, would you like to step up in case any of the commissioners have any questions for you? Welcome back.
Yeah,
Good to see
thank
you
you.
again.
This is Tyler Butler, 714 Fritz Road.
I'm just going to start from my right, your left. Commissioner Devlin, do you have any questions regarding the applicant or any comments on it? We've discussed this in the
No.
past. Is that a no?
Yeah, no.
Ms. Preston?
I know there were some concerns last time about which of these lots are still in neighborhoods. So which of the 25 would that be?
The only one that's, there's some lots in, along Admiral that it's technically not a homeowner association subdivision, but it is a development that's recognized as Farragut View.
Okay.
And you can see actually the ones in orange are the ones that are the 25, and most of those are not within, they're just kind of lots of record that are not part of a larger historic subdivision. So that's the only one that really would come into play there. So it narrows it down. And there may be some other things that we were just looking at frontage. There might be some other things in the subdivision regulations that would further lower that number. That's just one parameter that reduced the count from basically 150 to around 25.
Good. Commissioner Meyer?
Oh,
Or Noah Meyer.
that's right. Oh, which Scott or Noah?
Noah.
Okay. We may not still be crafting an ordinance or a text amendment that addresses Tyler's issue. So we may be going down this, I'm just letting the applicant know, we may be going down this and doing a text amendment that may help another resident in the town, but it may not necessarily solve your issue. And your challenge is lack of road frontage.
Right.
Now, obviously, you're aware of that, and you're still trying to work through this. Obviously, we need your input as we're crafting this language, but I'm not real optimistic that we're gonna be able to get across the finish line to solve your objectives. It's not that we don't want to, we're just not sure how, that we can, and create a fair and equitable situation for everybody else.
So is it still up for, like, it has to be subdivided? Is that?
His lot would qualify, yeah. It could
without
be
the-
any lot of record. His doesn't have any frontage. It's any lot of record that couldn't be further subdivided. So his is a non-conforming lot of record.
Mhm.
Can't be further subdivided because it don't even have any public road frontage, which is a major issue.
The property just has an easement.
Yeah,
Right.
so,
You have a driveway.
so his actually would be. Now, whether he could meet the setbacks and the distance
Right.
between the houses is something that he would need to think about.
It's kind of going back to that ADU.
A little bit,
conversation.
except this is actually a second dwelling unit, just like we did, like I said, a couple of years ago in the agricultural district. But that's a much
So we wouldn't
less
necessarily-
common zone.
We wouldn't
you know.
necessarily be restricting the size or anything like that, as long as they could meet the setback requirements and deal with I think we'd
Right.
spend some time talking about your septic, and to deal with those
Right.
issues.
They'd have to meet
then you
all
would
the
be eligible for that
utility.
second residence.
Right.
And I already got, with First Utility, I can get sewer.
Oh, okay, good.
Oh, you can?
Yeah.
Well, that solves a lot of issues right there, so.
Yeah, I wouldn't support it if it was not on sanitary sewer. I mean, I think that would be one of the conditions, that these lots would have to be serviced by sanitary sewer.
It's
They
out there
couldn't
on,
be.
it's not Heron Road, what's the name of that?
It's Fred's.
Fritz Road. It's, so it's out there on Fritz, you gotta be able to get it and get it back to you.
The sewer line?
Yeah,
Well, it's on the road.
okay,
I just gotta go through my parents' front yard
okay.
to get down
Well,
to the driveway and then to the road.
good news is you probably know those neighbors well enough to, they'd give
It's
you
all
an easement.
family. Every bit of it's family.
Yeah. Okay, so, well, maybe I am a little more optimistic that we can skin this cat after all.
Mayor?
I don't have anything. Noah's pretty well covered the concern. And knowing about the sewer, that's a big deal right there, so.
Commissioner Pinchuk?
I'm all in favor of the staff proceeding to come up with some ordinance language to help the applicant, so that we can get something worked out for them.
Okay. Well, we'll try to put something together, potentially have something before you next month.
Okay.
Okay.
Vice Mayor?
Is there any other parameters that y'all can think of that, besides what I mentioned?
I think we need to proceed and make sure we're doing it generically enough that we're, don't accommodate it if it pops up somewhere else too. But,
Right.
Certainly want to make sure we can take care of Tyler.
Good deal.
Okay.
Thanks, Tyler.
Thank you.
Guess we won't see you again for a while. Okay, at this time, I want to call a 5-minute recess. We'll come back at 8:30. And wires, failing. That was a nice time at the gala. Yeah, I really enjoyed that. In case you didn't walk away with that bag that you had on your.
Maybe, yeah. Gentlemen,
is
medical
everybody
cannabis.
refreshed and stretched and their bios in? No, it's not too bad. Moving on to agenda item number 6, discussion. Okay, yeah, discussion on a request for an amendment to the text to the Farragut zoning ordinance to allow a drive-through lane to be permitted for financial and real estate service in the mixed-use town center planning area of the general commercial C1 zoning district. Long, Ragsdale, and Waters, PC applicant.
And, okay, this item is just for workshop discussion. I'll try to review this pretty quickly. We got quite a few slides with this, but the request is basically to provide for the ability to have a drive-through service lane and window for financial and real estate services in the mixed-use town center. So currently, as you all probably know, a drive-through lane is only permitted for establishments serving food and beverage on existing lots of record that are at least 2 acres. And then we have additional requirements related to those drive-throughs that basically ensure that they're kind of hidden and not really pronounced, so to lessen their visual impact and functional impact. The applicant's request mentions taking into consideration context with what they're looking at. And though it's not necessarily part of a text amendment, I always say this, when we're doing amendments, it needs to be thought of as the whole area it would affect, not just one particular location. But this particular location that the applicant's looking at is the vacant tract just to the west of Campbell Station Inn, McGill Plaza. And that's, you can see it kind of here on the screen. This space right here is what it would relate to as far as a site development. Now, within pretty close proximity of that parcel, you have existing banks that have traditional drive-up service lanes. You have actually 3 that are really very close by, and that's the ones that the applicant is probably referring to as far as looking at the surrounding context. And this is kind of that land. It kind of looks a little bigger than it is from this photograph, but that's generally the area. There was another use a couple of years ago that was looking at it from a restaurant perspective, and that didn't come to fruition at that time. So from a staff's perspective, though this is just a workshop discussion, we would not be able to support the requested amendment for a number of reasons, and I'll just review those. First of all, from our position, it's incompatible with our comprehensive land use plan. In the mixed-use town center, you know, an auto-oriented layout for a bank-type use is just not consistent with the language that's in the text of the plan, which talks about prioritizing walkability and pedestrian activity, trying to encourage lively outdoor spaces, places for people to gather. So, you know, the area that's to the west of Campbell Station Inn has an opportunity to have a use that could fulfill those kind of objectives and the character of the comprehensive land use plan, and really kind of tie in better with what activities occur at the inn and McGill Plaza, like the restaurant, like I mentioned earlier, would be a good fit for that. So that's one issue. Another issue is incompatibility with the town's strategic plan, and that's kind of getting to a financial consideration. One of the critical success factors in that plan is of enhancing the town's financial position is to identify potential retailers to increase local sales tax revenue with the remaining commercially zoned properties that are left to be developed. So again, the large area to the west of Campbell Station Inn, based on our strategic plan, should be encouraged to be a tax revenue generating use that again would complement the activities at McGill Plaza. And though you could potentially put a bank there, amending the text to provide for the traditional drive-through lane type setting would be incompatible with the strategic plan from the staff's perspective. A third one is consistency. When the Chase Bank, which is also in the mixed-use town center, initially approached the staff, and they wanted to do a traditional drive-through lane, just like I showed you with the 3 banks that are near the subject property. And we indicated to them that that was not permitted in the mixed-use town center. And so they went back to their designers and revised their site layout. They brought the building up close to Kingston Pike. They have a detached ATM lane that's not it's not attached to the building. And we had our town attorney review that layout in relation to the language in the current C1 mixed-use town center, and he felt like it was consistent with what they were doing, because you wouldn't have a situation where you would have windows that allow customers and bank personnel, as he describes, to see, hear, and pass documents to one another so that banking business could be completely conducted by the customer from their vehicle. So in the Chase Bank's case, you have to get out and go into the bank. And one other thing that we were able to work out with Chase, they actually added a outdoor gathering space to the east of their building, just to the west of where Super Chicks is actually now open, by the way. So they'll have a soft opening tomorrow, I believe, so that's good. So that kind of ties in the 2 areas, even though the bank is a very different use. It does kind of merge those in a more pedestrian inviting type arrangement. So again, consistency, to change the ordinance to allow something that we specifically didn't allow Chase Bank to do would be inconsistent application of our ordinance. And then fourthly is precedent. That's something we need to think about, because again, we've got to think about the whole mixed-use town center area. And if looking at the surrounding context is a determining factor for what kind of uses and layouts may be appropriate, well, if you look just to the west of the Chase Bank, you have a gas station, the Kroger gas station. The fact is that in our mixed-use town center, it's a transitional part of town. It has some older uses like the gas stations, like the older traditional banks with the drive-through lanes. There's nothing wrong with those uses, but they are, inconsistent, like I said, with what we're trying to move toward with new developments and redevelopments. We're trying to, with the language in our plan, and it is also in our zoning, to incrementally create with new developments and redevelopments kind of, a different look and feel for this part of the town. So you can see in all the new developments that we've had, they're either brought up to the street, there's a higher masonry requirement, they have more outdoor gathering spaces. All those things are creating kind of a sense of differentiation of the town center part in relation to other parts of the town. So a traditional bank layout with 2 or 3 car lanes is something you could find anywhere along Kingston Pike, and it really doesn't contribute to that. And I think looking at the surrounding context could be a serious concern in the mixed-use town center, because again, there's older buildings and layouts that are very incompatible with what we're trying to incrementally move toward. We have a lot of older developments that, are just not consistent with the current language, but all we can do is kind of move forward with the new and the redevelopment to try to bring those into the mold that we're trying to promote in this part of the town. So those are the 4 really reasons that the staff wouldn't be able to support the applicant's request. I have got a couple of layouts that they did send me today. I haven't looked at these. They may want to talk about this. I think the applicant's here. I do have one person that signed up to speak on this, so do you all have any questions of me initially before that, or?
Well, I think we should allow, we've got somebody signed up to speak tonight.
Okay.
So let's hear from them, and then we'll ask the applicant if they will have anything they'd like to present or discuss or open themselves to questions.
Okay, the only person that signed up on this is Davis Overton.
Hello, Mr. Overton. If you
Hello,
would,
hello.
Name and address, please.
Davis Overton. I'm at 5804 Glen Cove Drive, Knoxville, Tennessee, 37919.
Thank you.
I am employed by the property owner, and just wanted to put a couple of things in context. You know, this property was bought by the owner in 1964. It's a 30-acre site. It was first started being developed in 1978, which was a couple years before, if I'm not mistaken, before the town was even incorporated. The situation here is this is not, I'm not too sure exactly why it actually had a town center overlay put on it. It was nothing that we requested, being the property owner, and economically, it will never probably be a town center. Now, I understand that the Ford property and I understand Biddle Farms and all that stuff has a big conceptual town center feel, but we're talking about just an acre site out front that's going to be totally different. It's not going to be part of a larger, huge town center development. And so, you know, we've been in the community for a long, long time. We've tried to do what we could to help the community. We've tried to be good stewards. As you know, right now, we're letting the early voting happen over there in the old Style Mart. You know, whenever we've been asked favor of Shop Farragut or the town, we've tried to acquiesce and to help for additional overflow parking. When they did the Ralph McGill and asked if we'd be willing for them to come onto our center property with an access lane, we actually donated half of that property to allow that to happen. Let them stage construction vehicles. Just feel like we've done everything we can do in the community to help the town. And I just think that this is, once again, not too sure why it is under a town center zoning to start with. If we were able to remove the town center overlay on this, I mean, I'd be welcome to do that if that would help satisfy Mark's needs as far as, you know, being a text amendment. Anyway, that's all I have to offer. If anybody's got any questions of me.
Thank you, Davis.
Yes,
I'm
sir.
gonna just leave the floor open to the commissioners if anybody has any questions for the applicant.
Sorry, sit down.
I don't have any questions, but when I started looking at this, when I saw it on the agenda, I kind of came to the same conclusion that the applicant did is, two separate conclusions. My first conclusion is that I would not support a variance in the MUTC for these drive-throughs. I mean, there's a clear reason why we didn't want those drive-throughs in the MUTC. And then the next conclusion that I came to is maybe Village Green shouldn't be in the MUTC. If we wanted to leave Ralph McGill Plaza in the MUTC but take out the rest of Village Green, it is hard for me to think that it would, I mean, being that the Village Green has updated over the years, they've done quite a bit of renovations to their parapets and parking lots and sidewalks and some landscaping, and so it's not like this is a dilapidated shopping center that we're waiting to get redeveloped into a town center. My instinct is, you know, especially to be able to solve this issue with a bank drive-through is to remove Village Green from the MUTC.
Thank you, Noah. Yeah, applicant, if you'd like to come up and.
Taylor Forrester, 1111 North Shore Drive, Knoxville, Tennessee, 37919. Here's the applicant on behalf of the property owner and as well as the proposed user developer of the property. Started initially reviewing this and speaking with Mark and having conversations with Mr. Hale, the town attorney, and trying to analyze, all right, what's the potential solution here, and landed on the proposed text amendment. And exactly as Commissioner Myers has said, kind of trying to figure out why the mixed-use town center overlay makes sense on this site. I understand mixed-use town center overlay makes sense in a lot of areas, especially undeveloped areas or likely to be redeveloped areas. And I think you hit the nail on the head with, this is a long-standing shopping center. It's been maintained. It's been updated. It's had long-term tenants and will continue to be operated and exist as it currently exists today. And the thought of trying to create a town center when you have an existing, long-standing and to-be existing shopping center in place, ultimately, yes, the request to be relief of their overlay would be the preferred, and the alternate would be the text amendment. And creating a text amendment in the sense of, similar to, as Mark pointed out, with the restaurant and beverage type use, you can minimize the amount of lanes, the visibility of it, create a criteria similar to it is for the restaurant and beverages. Also, there create a criteria for special use review that it would come to Planning Commission to consider on a property-by-property basis. Those are special use reviews, referred to at times use on reviews, where there are standards created in the text amendment and under the ordinance that it's considered on a property-by-property basis, where it says, okay, yeah, this is a permitted use on review. It doesn't mean it's going to be approved. It doesn't mean it's going to be allowed. It's considered a property-by-property, maybe appropriate on this property, such as we're saying the Village Green Shopping Center, but it may not be appropriate down the street on a different property. It's considered as a property by property basis. I think this property's obviously never been developed, this out parcel. There are some limitations with an easement on it, so that does present another challenge. As far as the discussion about Chase and being consistent, I don't believe that Chase requested a text amendment or any kind of relief of the overlay. I think they submitted their plans and were advised that not allowed to have the standard drive-through, and then came up with the ATM alternative only. And so this is a different scenario where we have made a specific request that is different from what Chase requested. So I do believe that is a different scenario, and it wouldn't be viewed as being inconsistent. So yes, here for the requesting the text amendment, or if it, in this commission's purview, if removing the overlay, that would be equally desirable for us as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Forrester. Yeah, I think that's a compelling argument. Applicant, Noah, I'd like to hear from the other commissioners too. Mr. Pinchot, would you like to weigh in on your thoughts?
I'll start. I cannot support this request for an amendment for a number of reasons, but Mark covered 4 items, and consistency is really important to me. And the second one is the president. If we play around with this, and we could open a can of worms down the road that I don't want to get into, so I can't support it.
And that is also, do you feel that way about what about amending it and removing the overlay?
Keep in mind, that would have to go to the board too, because that's been adopted by the board. I'll have some things to say about that too in a minute.
Okay.
I'm not for it.
I don't support the text amendment either, for the reason the staff said. I do want to make a point that this property's been part of the town center since 2001. So this is not new news. It shouldn't be shocking to anyone that this property has the constraints it's had on it for quite a while.
Vice Chairman?
I don't support it at all.
He does not support it. Commissioner Devlin?
I certainly don't support amending the MUTC. And the parcel, I'm willing to listen to more about removing the overlay, but, I mean, my instinct is Campbell Station Inn's right next to this parcel, right? I mean, I'm not a fan.
Secretary Preston?
I definitely don't, I'm not in favor of the text amendment, and I would like to hear what Mark has to say. He said he had more to say on the
No.
request for removing the overlay.
Mayor Williams?
I'm not in favor of the text amendment, but I would like to see, just for conversation, because we asked them, at the staff developer to look at what designs they have. I think.
This is one
you said
here
they
that-
have a couple of them.
This is one that's more like the Chase, that was their, again, I got these today, I haven't looked at them, but
Okay. Let's see, let's bring somebody up to explain this to us, okay? Because I don't know what you're doing here.
they've got two layouts, one with probably like the text amendment, I guess, and then the second one is more like in line with the Chase.
My
with
name's
the-
Chad Punley, Real Estate Manager for Fifth Third Bank.
Okay.
So, sorry about the late delivery of these, but want to make them right. So, what you're seeing here is two drive-through lanes that are just behind the building. So from Kingston Pike, you would actually be shielding the drive-throughs from Kingston Pike, if that's something that is interest to staff. And then the second one has the detached drive-through, similar to what Chase did, which is a little further back, and then we have the parking in between the building and the drive-through. So this is kind of our first opportunity to present the two plans. The one thing that we could do, working with staff, is to go down to one lane. The only thing that we would require is that we have an ATM and a pneumatic tube function. So that's really important to our bank to have both. But if the 2 lanes versus 1 is something that, staff is concerned about, we can work on our design to come up with that 1 lane. We just need to make sure we have both of those functions.
Is that something you can put in one lane?
The only concern is if someone's using like the ATM and then the pneumatic tube operations, they just need a release. So you don't want to have that car stuck behind
Yeah.
the person in
No,
front.
they don't
As long as
stay.
there's a release, we should be fine. And this being kind of a new submarket for us, we've been building branches all over the southeast, and we have a lot of data that shows, traffic volume based on new branches in the new submarket. We would anticipate probably 1 to 2 cars per hour through the drive-through. So you're not really going to have a similar stacking volume that you would like a typical QSR, like Taco Bell or the Chick-fil-A's. You're really not even going to see the cars stacked behind, from Kingston Pike.
Go back to the other drawing there, Mark. That has more shielding.
Yeah, so you would not be able to, if you just had 1 or 2 cars behind the building, you would not be able to see those from the road. And we could even do some shielding, between the shopping center and the drive-through, from the parking lot. We could do that with, landscaping, hardscape, whatever you guys would want. We're open to that.
You can do both of these drive-through concepts without canopies? Or does this one have a canopy and the other one doesn't? It's kind of hard
They're
to tell.
not your typical full canopy. They're kind of half canopies.
Just
I
kind of
don't know.
shielding the,
Trying to kind of keep you out of the rain?
yeah, that's a good example, yeah.
We had some renderings we were. So, sorry this is small. This is kind of like what we were thinking on as,
It doesn't really show anything with the drive-through though, or the canopy.
so they're kind of like half canopies.
Okay.
It's just about building overhang almost, isn't it?
Yeah, it's, just enough, as people are using, doing the transaction, whether.
Could you show the other commissioners, if you don't mind, if I get a close-up perspective?
Mark, could you give us some background on the history of why we included Village? I mean, Louise is here, and Louise may remember some of this, but why we included Village Green in the MUTC to begin with?
Well, it was in, like somebody mentioned earlier, it was referenced in the Transportation and Land Use Policy Plan. And when they mapped that, they actually, in our current comprehensive land use plan, they have some redevelopment design options for the Village Green Shopping Center property. Think about this. This is my comment on what you're talking about. If you start taking these kind of older parts of the current map, mixed-use town center, out of the mixed-use town center, you're going to decrease that area, and that area needs to have some kind of scale to it for it to really, over time, be effectively identified as your downtown. You can't just be the Biddle Farms. It can't just be the Starbucks. It has to be a little bigger area. So that's why I think when the consultants came and worked from Boulder and updated our plan in 2012, they worked with all the property owners, including Village Green. And West End Center has the same thing. So you start taking these other kind of older areas out. You're going to take West End out. You're going to take everything across from, I mean, this area is right across from Mayor Ford's property, the largest undeveloped part in the mixed-use town center. I agree, in the short term, it probably doesn't make sense. The plan of development's not consistent with the town center. But you have the McGill Plaza, a major pocket park for the town, just to the east of this. It would seem to me you'd want to promote that property to the west as some place that would complement that and gradually, incrementally continue to expand the character of what you're trying to create in a larger area of this part of the town. So the mixed-use town center actually kind of starts over at Glen Abbey. It goes all the way over to Concord Road. I mean, it's, unless it retains some kind of scale to it, I don't think it's really going to have the effectiveness of what you need to have for someone several years from now to identify this part of the community as downtown Farragut. So I'm concerned about trying to take things out of the mixed-use town center. I think the bank's a fine bank. I mean, I don't have nothing against them. If they moved it a mile west, it'd probably be, we wouldn't have any discussion at all. But in our town center, I'm kind of looking at what kind of character is this creating just to the west of the McGill Plaza. I mean, there's not any, connectivity, kind of overlapping activities between the two. I mean, at least the Chase Bank does have some of that, and we had them do that so that there is kind of a common pedestrian scale gathering space between the two. So I'm very concerned about trying to reduce the area that's currently mapped as the mixed-use town center. Again, if you look at our plan, there's different design options in there that deal with the Village Green Shopping Center of things to maybe think about. It may not make any sense right now, but it may 10 years from now or 20 years from now. And to me, that's what we need to be thinking about. But that's up to you all. It's your decision. I just think as the planner, I need to point that out, that you really are going to have to think about that, because then you're going to be looking at the West End Center, and you're going to be looking at McDonald's, Taco Bell, Discount Tire, all those areas, and you start taking all that out, and you could compromise the scale of what you need to have for this to be a town center, real, kind of a substantial town center for Farragut.
If you're looking at strategic planning at longer range, you take something out, you'll never put it back in.
Well, and you could set a bad precedent
I mean,
too.
it's just, you know, just.
Because-
It's just dominoes in there.
I mean, you've got nothing wrong with tire stores, but you got a tire store right in the heart of the mixed-use town center. You got older, traditional two-tire stores, and they're great businesses. We're glad to have them, obviously, but, I mean, that's my point with some of this discussion is the mixed-use town center has a lot of older uses that over time are going to get redeveloped. And it's really up to the community of what their vision is of what that redevelopment should look like. I mean, like, look at Kroger. We'll show some slides when we go through the last item on the agenda and show you how much progress we've made in the town center part of town in the last 10 years. And it's very substantial, and I don't think 20 years ago you would have said that was possible. But, again, that's just my thought on it.
Well, if you take an
It's-
aerial view of it, and you kind of, it's not just a pure circle, but it's kind of, you can see kind of a
Yeah.
north, east, west, south kind of quadrant around Campbell Station, and Kingston Pike.
Yeah, no.
You start carving out corners out of it, it's just.
Could be a problem. Yeah.
Let me pose another question. If you have, now the canopies are different. I think the canopies trigger something else to me that looks like a drive-through. But if you have a lane with a tube that's underground and you have a lane with an ATM, does that give us enough comfort that we're still achieving our goals for not having these in-your-face drive-throughs?
Well, like I told Taylor when we talked about this, if they do exactly what Chase did, then even though I don't really think the bank is the best use for this because of not being able to complement what happens to the east of that, but if they do that, then to me,
Does Chase have a tube? They have a tube and an ATM, or just?
no, they just have an
That's
ATM.
what I thought, okay.
That was
But-
the distinction in how Tom Hale got there, and I understand how he got there, and I don't disagree with his interpretation, but it was to allow the Chase to have the ATM in analyzing the way the ordinance is written, and that's kind of how we went down the path of a text amendment, because the way it was written, in his opinion, was it doesn't prohibit, say, an ATM type, where it's an individual, singular transaction versus, albeit it's the same lane, there's an ATM right here and there's a pneumatic tube right here. When the video screen pops up and the teller's inside, you have the pneumatic tube. It's a person-to-person transaction. And that's his interpretation of how the text of the ordinance is written as is today, that would not be allowed. And that's essentially our text amendment was in hopes of clarifying that and creating an allowance that you're really not changing anything from what Chase has. The only distinction would be is that there would be, I guess, pneumatic tube is the correct verbiage for it, but would allow the telecom, video conference deposits, withdrawals to be made other than just the exclusive ATM.
Of course, they have a canopy too, don't they?
They do.
I forgot.
It's a small
And then
canopy at
I
the
think Starbucks, they have a little small canopy at the order menu board too, don't they?
Yeah, but that's a different use. Like, again, it's
Well, that's
currently
true, it's not
provided
banking,
for.
it's food and coffee,
Yeah.
right?
Like I told Taylor, if they do, if there does what Chase did, then, I mean, I don't think we could say that they couldn't do that, because again, we're trying to be consistent. Whether I think that's a good use for the land or not is not important, because it's an allowed use, and if you're consistent with what we've applied in another location of the town center, then it would be approved, I would suspect.
I just get worried about if we did a text amendment, the slippery slope of, we start out with a tube, and the next thing you know, somewhere else, in another location, we have somebody that says, well, hey, I get a full-blown drive-through for whatever the definition of a full-blown drive-through is. And I do have a concern, and I appreciate that Tom Hale spent some time trying to interpret it and elaborate his interpretation. And I guess what the line in the sand was, when there's a face-to-face transaction, that's a drive-through. that's what I'm hearing? Well,
Yes, not
actually,
necessarily
getting-
face-to-face,
Well,
but-
even monitor to face,
Person on either end.
person on either end, okay.
Yeah. I guess no longer a singular unilateral person transaction, but, and that's, like I said, the text amendments, the minimum to allow the pneumatic tube could still be detached, design similar to Chase's setup, and even create the special use review process, use on review process, to where it still has to meet additional criteria, and it's, even though it's approved at this property, a year later, if it comes through with a request at a different property, those factors that surround that property are different than
Yeah,
Village Green.
we've tried to avoid that process in the town for many years.
Absolutely.
For lack of consistency sometimes, you know, you get
Subjective.
commissions come and go, and board member, aldermen come and go. And we feel like even though a lot of other communities do use on review, I think our consensus has been that's not the way we want to do it. We want to do something that is very transparent and consistent for everybody. So anyway, I'm just telling you, use
that
on review,
makes
you're
sense.
probably not
Okay.
gonna get a lot of support for that.
Or maybe how the previous one, where it was identified, the acre and a half tracts with so much frontage, if there's a way to distill down to, and applying to certain properties that have the
Maybe.
mixed-use town center overlay.
You know, the technology is changing so fast, the ATMs are turning into what's called ITMs, and our banker from, what's it, Fifth Third, can probably explain this. So the ATMs are actually turning into transactional machines where you have a human being electronically on the other end. It looks like an ATM, and it functions like an ATM, but you actually have a human being there that might be in Atlanta. And they're called ITMs. And I'm not doing a really good job, but I know just enough about them to be dangerous. So this issue with these ATMs are very likely, you know, going to turn into Tom Hale's definition of a drive-through, whether we like it or not. And
Yeah, I think you're right. I mean, I've heard that before. It's not technology that we've adapted yet. You know, one of the reasons it's important to us, I mean, during COVID, we were able to keep all 1,200 branches open for a couple of years. If we didn't have our drive-throughs, we wouldn't have that ability. Now, do we think another pandemic's going to happen? Hopefully not, but we just realized during that time, it was really important to our customers to have that face-to-face, video-to-video, or whatever it is, interaction in case, you know, there's a transaction that comes up that needs some dialogue, as opposed to just a machine where if you're having an issue with, you know, you need currency exchange or whatever it is, cashier's check or something that you can't do in an ATM in this day and age of convenience. So you think about, you know, all the QSRs after COVID, you know, there are more drive-through lanes. So all the chicken, you know, retailers, they went from 1 lane to 2 lanes. You know, all these restaurants are making it convenient for their customers to, you know, service their business, and that's where we think having that drive-through allows us to do that, and has, you know, because on the property you have Truist, you have Regions, you have Eubank, they all have drive-throughs. Chase is a little different. I think their model is that, you know, they can do the ATMs based on, you know, their size, but most banks, almost all banks out there require that drive-through just for that customer experience.
What else we got? Anybody? Questions? Comments? Yeah, sure.
I know we're going back and forth.
That's fine.
But back to the town center situation, I hear what Mark was saying, but I do want to say that when I was there representing Village Green, I did say that we are not voting in favor of this overlay. So that was a part of that, okay? So I want to make sure that from the get-go, we didn't ask for or want the overlay placed upon this property. I will say, and I think that the town's did a great job with the Ralph McGill Plaza and all that stuff. However, you know, it's one of those things, it's, all right, we put something here, so all of a sudden, you all need to conform to what we did. And so have a little bit of an issue with that. And then the other thing is, you know, who's to say how big a town center is, you know? You're talking about, you know, is it a town center 100 acres? Is it 25 acres? In my opinion, the town center, for the most part, really kind of starts in where the undeveloped Mayor Ford property as well as the Biddle Farm. The town center makes sense to be south of Kingston Pike. I don't know that it really needs to extend past Kingston Pike, because when you're talking about pedestrian interconnectivity, you know, Kingston Pike is a major barrier to go across, you know, to go from place to place in a town. So anyway, I just wanted to address a couple of those items that Mark brought up.
Okay, thank you, Davis. You good? Thank you, gentlemen. Okay, ready to move on to the next item?
I'm not sure what direction. I don't think most people said they were in support of it. What I heard mostly was, I heard mostly that people weren't in support of the text amendment, I think. So I'm not sure where to go from here with that,
And
but.
I heard that there was some people that wanted to hear more about, or give it more consideration to remove the overlay from the mixed-use town center. That's what I heard.
I didn't hear it that much, so you only heard.
Yeah, I don't think did anybody support a variance?
I didn't hear it that way.
No, I
Excuse me, a
don't-
text amendment?
I don't
to
think
change
so.
it?
No, not a text
Okay.
amendment. I didn't hear any approval for that.
Okay.
I meant to.
I mean, maybe what the applicant should do is go back and just look to see if they can do, if they want the bank there, to try to model something similar to Chase. I mean, it's, again, I wish we had a restaurant or something like that that could be more compatible
Yeah,
with.
sure you don't want to build an ice cream shop with a lot of outdoor seating?
We had a restaurant that was going there, but it fell through, so.
I totally
anyway.
get why you want to drive through, I do, but.
I mean, I could probably get on board with the tubes. I just don't know where to draw the line in the future with other users that want more traditional drive-throughs. Because, I mean, to me, the tube or the ATM, you know, they're six or half a dozen. I just don't know how to, I want to make sure we keep it consistent with how we treated Chase, and then we also don't create open Pandora's box for future users. But again, I'm throwing it out there. I mean, I think I'd be okay with the tube, the underground tube, because it doesn't really look like a drive. I mean, when I think of a drive-through, to me, it's, you know, it's like like what's over at whatever the SunTrust building is now, next door to it. You know, it's a big canopy and multiple drive-throughs, and I know that's what we were trying to avoid in the MUTC.
So maybe if it has the look of the Chase layout.
Well, I'm speaking for Noah, so I don't know how
Again,
everybody
I'm
else
just trying
feels
to
about
think
it.
about it.
Yeah.
I'll comment on that. That's, if it's I mean, we're pretty explicit on Chase, okay? We allowed something that if they could incorporate the tube and / ATM into something that's like what Chase has got, then I think that would be more palatable to everybody. I mean, that's, what you've done is you've not went against what we did with Chase.
1 lane or 2 lanes, Mayor? 1 lane, okay, so, well, that's something they'd asked about, was, you know, to 1 lane sound like it was gonna be a hardship, but, you know, maybe 1 lane could work.
Tube changes the whole ballgame, though, you add that, because
Well,
that's not what Chase has.
I kind of agree, two lanes to me is apples and oranges.
Chase has got 1 lane.
Yep. Like I said, I think all I could support from a staff perspective is just being consistent.
How's everybody else? No, that's true.
Modeling kind of off that criteria.
What- So the staff and the applicant have some idea of what to do next month, or how does the rest of the commission feel about this tube idea, assuming it could be crafted into some sort of language in 1 lane?
I think if it's like Chase, you have to ethically say
It's another
yes.
precedent, though, change.
Well, we are allowing something that we didn't allow specifically with Chase. I don't know if Chase ever asked for just 1 tube in 1 lane, but I mean, they did ask for a drive-through, and we said, no, you can't have a drive-through.
And they come back and ask for the ATM,
Yeah,
and we said yes.
right,
So that was. And based on Tom Hale's input.
yeah.
Yeah.
Well, they didn't request a text.
They did not, no.
They could have, but they
Yeah,
didn't.
they could have.
They just decided to
know.
create something that was consistent.
Well, it's a lot of work. I mean, these guys that are all here tonight, that came from different places, I mean, it's a lot of work to go through the text amendment process.
Yeah.
How about down there on the other end?
I haven't changed my view.
So Ron, what was your thoughts again about no to the text amendment, and then with the tube idea, probably not?
No.
Okay,
Scott, same way.
okay. Did you voice that?
I was waiting for Mark to speak about it. I mean, I think we've got to keep it consistent with what we've already done with Chase.
I mean, that's my position. If they can do what Chase did, then I think they would get approved. That's the bottom line.
Boxed in on that, I mean.
Yep. Whether we
Yeah,
think,
that's-
whether I think that's the best use for that land is not my decision,
Yeah, well, we can't.
but I do think it needs to be consistent.
I mean, I agree. I mean, we've got a lot of banks in town, but I just don't think it's our job to be able to tell free enterprise what they can and can't do.
I agree.
Within the realms of what the zoning allows,
Yeah,
so.
if it's allowed,
I mean,
then
I'd
they're-
rather have a Panera Bread, there's no doubt about it, but we didn't get Panera Bread, so.
Yep.
This is,
Well,
Plan
most
B.
did. It was
We-
close.
I know, we got close. But
All right, I think I have direction if they do. They need to do something that's consistent with Chase, it sounds to me
Well,
like.
consistent with Chase is no tube, that's my
Well,
interpretation.
and I think that's the,
Well, I'm just telling you that if that's consistent
I
with
think
Chase, that
that's
means
the
no tube.
decision then, from
mean,
what
that-
I'm
you know,
hearing from the majority.
And if that's what the consensus is, that's
I
what
was
it
gonna
is.
say, I mean, if you guys are somewhat open to the tube concept, and we can go back to the drawing board and come up with a site plan that works, that visually looks like what Chase did. The one lane, now we need the ATM, the tube, but it will be one lane, and with these, smaller canopies. That, we can have our design team.
You said plural.
Yeah, I'd be careful about canopies.
Oh, canopy, one canopy for one lane. But that's something, we're willing to do.
I think we're willing to look at it. I don't think there's a consensus of support, but
Okay.
there may be enough support. There's 9
Right.
of us, all you need is 5 votes. I will tell you personally, I liked your plan that pulled the building up towards Kingston Pike and put
Right.
your parking in the back.
Right.
That is more consistent with
Right.
our MUTC design philosophies.
Right, and I know, this is kind of hard to see, but this is just kind of our first stab, but we do want to, try to incorporate what, Chase did with their 2-story feature, all brick. I mean, we understand that that's going to be a requirement. Generally, we're okay with that. Certainly, you guys are going to have a lot of feedback on what that building looks like. You saw in the first one, I mean, that is pulled like right up on the road. So, I mean, similar to what Chase and other development, it's going to have that feeling of, this town center you guys are looking for. So,
That is what we're looking, that's at least what I'm looking for. I like this plan better than your other plan's a little more
Yeah, more
traditional.
traditional, yeah.
Where you wrap around the building. This one, I like this one better, so whatever that's worth.
It favors Chase, except it's got 2 instead of 1.
Right.
Well, do you want us to leave this on as a workshop for next time, and if y'all can get a revision that kind of reflects what you're talking about, then we can
That's
bring
up
it
to them,
back?
yeah.
Absolutely, yeah.
I don't think you need to spend a whole lot of time on your architectural renderings at this point.
Right, right.
We know
I
you're
think
gonna
we're on board
comply, so
there. I
don't
think
spend
it's
a lot of
just-
energy on that. But I think if, this whole, what the canopy and the
Yeah.
lane and, see, maybe there's support for the tube, maybe there's not support.
Right,
but,
okay.
Look at the footprint. You
Yeah.
look at Chase's footprint.
Right.
It's not a very, it's a small building. I mean,
You
I'd be
guys-
Oh,
surprised
the
if it's.
building, I meant,
Oh, the whole thing?
Right.
I meant, no, the
canopy?
No, their ATM.
Oh, yeah.
Would you
Well,
want
they
any-
have that big kind of security, anti-theft landscape giant thing, which I understand why. I think that we've had 2 ATMs in the town of Farragut ripped off their pedestals in about the
Okay.
past 10 weeks,
Okay.
so.
Would you guys want any type of like shielding from the parking lot in the shopping center on the other side? I mean, is that something that's important, or to shield that even more? or-
I mean, we did, like with Starbucks, we did do some shielding,
Okay.
but I don't think with Chase, we required, there
No,
wasn't just
because
a
it
whole,
wasn't,
there wasn't a whole lot of room.
it wasn't considered to be a drive-through like,
That's true.
by the town attorney, so it was kind of a not, that didn't come into play as much with
And I think
Jason's.
if it's not big and obnoxious, then you don't necessarily need a bunch of screening.
Right,
I think
right.
you need tasteful landscaping, but you're gonna have that anyway.
Yeah, maybe it's taller landscaping
Yeah.
that shields it a little bit, okay.
All right, well,
Okay.
we can do that.
Oh, appreciate it.
Okay, thank you.
Agenda item number 7, discussion on town's existing requirements and potential updates related to customary home occupations, as provided for in Chapter 4, Section 6 of the Farragut zoning ordinance.
I'm going to turn this over to Holly, and so you don't have to listen to me for a few minutes then.
I'm definitely not as good at this as Mark is.
Yeah, I'm not sure, is
Okay.
your mic on, Holly?
If anybody doesn't know me, I'm Holly Marlowe. I'm the code enforcement officer for the town. This item is being brought to the commission for discussion because of recent issues and citizen concerns with home occupations. The town zoning ordinance addresses customary home occupations, but recent updates to the business privilege license process and citizen complaints to code enforcement have revealed a number of businesses operating in residential homes. Our new knowledge of these businesses has brought about several questions, and staff is requesting input from the Planning Commission and the community to determine the best way to review home occupations moving forward. This is a little bit of background on the home occupations. The American Planning Association reports that the number of people working from home has been increasing since the 80s, and prior to the COVID pandemic, nearly half of all businesses in the U.S. were home-based. The APA also notes that in zoning, a home occupation is any business operated by a resident as an accessory use to a dwelling unit. And like many other jurisdictions, the town limits the range of business activities based on the community goals. Changes in home-based business activities in recent years has resulted in the need to review and possibly amend the town's current approach to home occupation regulation. The APA categorizes home occupations at 3 different levels. In simple terms, they are businesses that no one can tell are operating in a home, businesses where neighbors may be aware of the business activity, but casual observers or visitors would not be aware of the business, and then businesses that are clearly noticeable to surrounding properties. There are several ways that the town could approach regulating home occupations. Some communities provide specific lists of permitted and prohibited use business types, categories, and activities. Other communities focus on performance standards and impacts, permitting any business that meets those standards. And like many communities, we currently combine elements of both of those approaches. And staff needs to know if this is still the approach that the community and planning commission want to take. As we go through the questions staff has, please consider the types of complaints that staff has received around business activity occurring in residential areas. All of these listed are not in any particular order, but we have received complaints on them in the past couple of years. I believe our goal is to regulate home occupations at a level that the community feels is appropriate for a residential setting, that works with the town's strategic plan, and that is enforceable at the town level. The biggest question we have is what type of business activity is the community okay with seeing in their neighborhoods, and what are they not okay with? And then along with that, there's several more questions, and I'm going to go ahead and read all of those to you guys, and then you can tell me your thoughts on them. What types of business activity does the town consider to be customary home occupations, and why? Should there be a distinction made between home occupations that are considered to be customary by the community and all other potential occupation types? Are the impacts of a business use more of a concern than the actual use, or is it a combination of both? What impact is the community most concerned about, and at what level? What, if any, approach does the town want to take toward regulating and permitting home occupations? Some things to consider with this one are, is a tiered approach appropriate for the town to create separation of low impact uses from higher impact uses? And does the community want to limit home occupations to owner-occupied homes versus tenant-occupied homes? Does the community want to limit storage of commercial vehicles, and if so, to what extent? And then what can the town reasonably enforce given current resources and the difficulty in documenting potential violations? And some things to consider with this question are staff resources. We currently have one code enforcement officer. Legal support. I keep Tom Hale very busy. And so do many other areas of the town. Court actions. When a courtesy notice does not address the issue, a non-compliant property is then addressed through municipal court, which involves a significant amount of staff time for preparation and documentation. And we do not currently have a police department. We do have a relationship with the Knox County Sheriff's Office, and while they are willing to help us, their assistance may be an added expense for the town. And last, but definitely not least, is the town willing to put residents out of business or negatively impact them financially to enforce adopted regulations? And if so, under what conditions? So with that, I'll leave that up to you guys for discussion.
I don't know where to go with this.
Well, I'd like to ask,
I'll open it up.
And we do have one person signed up to speak.
Okay, well, I'd like to hear from the person that signed up to speak first, and then we'll open it up, Mr. Smilesboro.
It is Dean
Yes.
Hoyt.
Love your truck too, by the way.
Thank you very, very much. My name is Dean Hoyt. I'm a resident of 12417 Fort West Drive here in Farragut, 37934. There's a couple different areas that I could start this with, but I want to start with when I decided to go into business and become the first franchise owner of Smiley Swirl. I did my due diligence. I made sure I got all my business licenses. I made sure that my house, or my residence, anything that if I brought the truck onto the property, the driveway was reinforced, crack sealed. So I have done home improvements to increase the value of my house before I even brought this business into the neighborhood. With our business model, I don't consider Smiley Swirl a home occupation. Any time that I'm selling, I am never at my house. Everything is event-based. So I'm contracted with churches and businesses, as well as personal for birthdays, weddings. So there is no selling at my house. The only thing that I have at my house is a half a bookshelf for some storage, and then one shelving unit in my garage, which has very limited stock to support the business. Also, with that being said, I've contracted with Cook's Pest Control for additional pest control, make sure there's no cockroaches, ants, etc. That's on my property, which also helps protect the properties around me. I do not take any of the trash from my truck and put it out at my curb. That is disposed of elsewhere. As far as excess noise is concerned, when I'm getting ready, I do not run on my generator at all times. The truck is plugged up to the house through a 50 amp circuit, which I had installed, which incidentally, I can now charge a Tesla at my house if anybody needs. So I've taken every measure possible to make sure that is as low of an impact to those around me in the neighborhood. As far as package delivery is concerned, I counted it up. I've had 22 deliveries since I started this business to my house. 16 of those deliveries was through either FedEx or UPS. Only 8 has been through large trucks. 6 of them has been through ice cream bars, and I can have those delivered elsewhere if I need to. So that addresses the additional traffic in the neighborhood. As far as noise is concerned, I start my generator up right before I'm getting ready to leave my house. And as soon as I am transferred over on electrical, I'm backing out of the driveway. As soon as I come home, I pull into the driveway, I turn everything off, I shut the generator down, plug up, so there's no additional noise. So I'm trying to limit how much time I'm running on that generator and how much noise it's making. I realize there's no noise ordinance in this town, but I've tried to take out everybody into consideration with this. As far as the vehicle being parked in the driveway, I'm not conducting business there. I do 99% of the cleaning inside the truck before I bring it home. Yes, I am connecting up my food-grade garden hose to fill up the freshwater tank, and I'm using my utility sink in the garage to expel my wastewater. So none of that is being expelled out into the driveway. So there's no fumes, no nothing to try and impact anybody. So the question is, and where I'd like to see this going, is in a past life I have created regulations as a nuclear weapons surety inspector. So I do have experience crafting regulations. I'd like to sit down with the town and work out specific items for food trucks. Food trucks are expected to grow anywhere between 6 and 7% for at least the next 5 to 6 years. So we're going to be seeing more and more and more. As far as how it impacts me, if I do have to move my truck to a different site, that's going to be at least an additional hour of drive time for me to get to my truck, and then for my truck to get to the location. Times that times my minimum, and I'm going to see a potential impact of almost $50,000 in lost sales. For an upstart small business, that is catastrophic. And that could very well mean me going out of business and having to file bankruptcy.
Question.
Yes, sir.
You say you live in Fort West?
Yes, sir, I do.
What's the reaction? I guess they have a homeowner association. You also have neighbors. What's the reaction in your community?
Well, speaking of, I've got one of my neighbors right next to that
There you
lives
go.
directly across the street from me.
Does he get free ice cream?
Yes, he has a couple times.
Yeah. Hey, how you doing? I'm Jonathan Wright, 12416 Fort West. Yep. My wife and I actually operate Kiki's Hawaiian Shave Ice. So we have a food truck since 2018. And we've actually been a part of the Farragut Business Alliance and actually served in multiple events here in Farragut over across the last many years from that perspective. So Dean's operation is about as clean as it possibly could be. He is very respectful and extremely diligent in upkeep of both his property and of his truck from that perspective. He's really spared no expense from that perspective to make it right in and amongst his neighbors. The thing that I would add here for you guys as a food truck owner is we actually served during the pandemic. Half of Knoxville wouldn't have eaten without food trucks during the pandemic. So, not to call out food trucks specifically here, but ours, we haven't operated now in 2 seasons. I actually am the Vice President of Client Success for Greenway Health. I am a home-based operator myself, so I work full-time out of our house. My wife works full-time out of our house. Her business is based in Dallas. My business is based in Tampa. So the pandemic changed so much with people working remotely, and I've actually worked remotely in businesses off and on for about 15 years now in my professional career. I think the challenge that I see with what is ahead of you here is scale. And I think the lady that presented kind of reference to that. The magnitude of people that are working out of the home in varying capacities in this day and age is massive. Whether that's a side business or their full-time occupation, it's going to be extremely difficult to find the scale to be able to manage in and across regulating that in a lot of form and fashion. But to Mr. Hoyt's point, what he's doing, our neighborhood is quiet. And the franchise he bought into, it actually existed in our neighborhood for 7 years prior to he bought into it. And so food trucks have been a part of Fort West now for the better part of 10-plus years, from that perspective. So, let alone the number of contractors and plumbers and electricians and other home-based businesses that we have in the neighborhood from that perspective overall.
Okay,
So-
John, could you answer his question about the HOA and, where do they come down on you having your truck in the driveway?
I'll go ahead and address that. I did receive a letter from the HOA, and the regulations they were trying to state is that I had my truck parked in my front yard. It's actually on the side of the house. So all the regulations, the HOA was, and their bylaws, what they were trying to say, none of it actually applied. I've got a copy of the HOA letter if you'd like to read that.
No, so they were okay with you on the side?
No, the HOA did send me a letter of non-compliance, but the passages of our covenants that they were trying to cite were incorrect. They were trying to say I was parking my truck in the front yard, was one of the complaints.
Okay, that's another issue, it sounds like.
Yeah. The other complaint was noise, that I was running my generator at all hours of the day and night. I've been operational since the 14th of March of this year. I have 642 hours on my generator. That's it. 24 hours a day for 1 month, 30 days, is 720 hours. If I was running my generator 24 hours a day all month, I'd be running almost $2,500 in fuel bills. I can't afford to pay out $2,500 for diesel each month right now. So
You're only firing up your generator when you're
Yeah, I was gonna
leaving
add a question for
the
Holly.
neighborhood.
The only, correct, yeah, yeah. And the longest I've had my generator running in the driveway has been just over half an hour when we had a power outage. I waited about 45 minutes before I fired up the generator to make sure that all the product on, because I'm a cold truck, I don't have fire suppression, I don't have grease traps, but I fired up the generator just to make sure it was cold, and I waited as long as possible, because I know I was going to an appointment shortly down the timeline.
Yeah, but that would be the same as somebody having a generator for their house.
That's right.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, we all
Yes.
do that.
Yeah.
And for reference, our truck is directly across the street. So my truck is in our driveway to the side of our house. His truck is to the side of his house. They're directly across from one another.
I don't want to get too hung up on this one
Yeah, yeah.
issue. We're going to look at it as a whole. But Holly, my question is just real quickly, where's Mr. Boyd stand from the town's perspective as far as compliance? I mean, he's got a truck in his driveway. He's not operating out of his house.
Well, that's where there's a little bit of, that's kind of why this has been brought to the planning commission, because we're trying to determine if the food truck itself counts as a home business or home occupation. By how our ordinance is written now, it would likely not be one that we would give a home occupation permit to. And he does not have a home occupation permit, but he also was not aware that he would even need to apply for one. He did get a business license, and he did get a food truck
He
sticker.
does have a business license?
Yes.
Yes, I do. I've got, through the state of Tennessee, the county of Knoxville, I've been inspected by the Knox County Health Department. I've got my license through Farragut. I've been inspected by the fire marshal here. I've been inspected by the fire marshal, and I've got my business license for up in Oak Ridge. I've tried to check every box that I could to make sure I'm in compliance.
Mr. Commissioner Pinchuk.
Thank you. Couple of questions.
Yes, sir.
First of all, about generators.
Yes, sir.
When do you run this generator? What time? I mean, you've got an appointment somewhere, so what hour? What's the earliest you've ever put that generator?
The earliest I put the generator on has been 8 o'clock in the morning. The latest I have come home was once at 11:30 at night.
You had to put it on at that time?
That's when I was coming home. And
So
when
you
I'm-
don't turn it on when you come home, it's just when you leave?
Yes, just when I leave. The generator is running when I come home. But for me, from the time I park the truck to the time I come off the generator is less than 2 minutes.
Okay. I think we're looking at what we should be looking at as far as noise and inconvenience to other residents and so forth. And I think maybe there should be a time limit when that generator, not just yours,
Yes,
but generators
for
in
everybody.
general are
Yes, sir.
run. I think that's one issue. If it's, 8 o'clock, it might be a problem with some of the residents around you, I don't know. But I think there should be some limit put on that. The second thing is, I think in Fort West, there's a concern about having these trucks, not just food trucks.
Yes, sir.
But whether you're a plumber or whether you're a painting company or whatever,
And it's all
having
causes-
this equipment, trucks and equipment in driveways has become an issue.
Yes, sir.
Personally, I'd like to see it in the backyard, out of sight. I don't know
love
if
to
that's
put it there, but-
possible. That's just me thinking out loud.
Topography in my
You know,
backyard won't allow that.
You have,
Otherwise, I would.
what's that?
The topography in my backyard will not allow that, otherwise I would.
Okay, well, again, I think out of sight, out of mind. But anyways, I think that should be looked at, is how can we, the question is, what's the term, the front of the house?
The front plane of the house.
What? Plane, the plane in front of the house. So from a town standpoint, anything beyond that front plane is okay, is that correct?
Well, what we do now, we don't regulate it for business vehicles. We do for major recreational equipment. It has to be further back than the front plane of the
RV
house.
equipment, campers, that sort of thing.
Yeah, campers, trailers.
Can we extend that to business equipment? I guess we could we not?
That would be up to you guys.
Okay. All right, so.
That's what we're here for.
All right, so that's something I'd like to see done, is have it pushed maybe to the back plane instead of the front plane of the house.
That is one of the things that would prevent a food truck now from getting a home occupation permit, because the home occupation permit says, let me find it really quick here. No articles, materials, goods, or equipment indicative of a home occupation shall be visible from any public street or adjacent properties. So if you have a food truck for your food truck business, that is your home address is the primary location for that business, even though you're not doing the business there, if that's the actual address for the business and it's parked out there, we wouldn't give you a home occupation permit because it shows you there's a business here.
So that goes for the bug spray guy and the insurance salesman and just anybody who parks their company vehicles.
We need to be consistent.
That's where it could also get tricky too, is if you're working for a company, like if you work for a pest control company, but you are just driving your vehicle home, that wouldn't be a home business or a home occupation. That would be like if I drove my Town of Farragut vehicle home. I work for the Town of Farragut, but I'm not the Town of Farragut business at my house. So.
Have their picture on the side of their car, or on the hood of their car.
Yeah, there's a lot of them that would fall under
There's a
that.
lot of
Realtors,
businesses
insurance
out there.
agents, many of them.
Chief Mobile.
That's right.
All right, thank you.
Chief's
Dean. Thank you,
Mobile.
Jonathan.
Our chief.
I know, Noah, you had some questions you want to lead off
Let me,
with?
may I?
Yeah, yes, you have the floor.
I think another issue I have is, with some, like a plumber or painter, some of these workers that work for this business show up in the morning at somebody's house, cars lining the street, the driveway's full, and, we've got to stop that. I don't know the
That's
answer.
not for this,
What?
that's not for this conversation.
That is not?
No.
Well, it could be, because that is something that we've gotten complaints about before. Like, we've had construction companies where people are meeting all at.
Yeah, but that's,
Yeah.
that's doing home remodeling for somebody that.
Well,
being
no.
paid
Not
to do
working,
it.
not
No, we've
working.
had
He's
people
running a
where they
remodeling
run the
business,
construction
and his workers
company
all
from their
show up.
house.
Oh, that.
Yeah.
That's what I'm
Their
talking about.
assembly area to go to a job.
Yeah.
Okay, I thought you were talking about.
No,
That's
I'm
the
talking
bus.
about them showing up in the morning to get their instructions for the day, and they head out with their equipment and so forth. And the other thing is, some of these vehicles and cars are parking right near the entrance to subdivisions. And it's hard for me to drive past some of these cars. I don't know how an emergency vehicle could get by. So I think something has to be done with that as well. I think there's a concern I have about, safety.
Any other questions?
I'm done.
How does your generator compare to a whole home generator that someone might have?
The generator that I'm running in my truck, there's less than 1 foot away, I'm sitting at 92 decibels, which is way less than a chainsaw or a lawn tractor or a backpack blower to blow off driveways. And if you look at the principles of decibels, for every 6 feet away, it drops by 6 decibels. So from my house to my neighbor's house, I would, if I had to guess, it's going to be at least 24 to 30 feet away. And as I said, the only time I'm running it is for less than 5 minutes before I'm pulling out of the driveway, and about 2 minutes when I pull back in. So overall, my generator is extremely quiet. Compared to Generac, like you would get at Home Depot, mine is actually a little about 4 to 5 decibels quieter. So when I had the truck built, that was taken into consideration as power requirement was number one, but number two was as quiet as the generator as possible. When I'm on the truck serving, I can have a normal conversation like you and I are right now with the generator right at my feet running.
So I think as far as Ron's concerned, at least, my opinion would be you do it from a noise, kind of like we do with the lights.
Yes.
You know,
Yep.
because if someone else has a whole home generator, what if the power goes out as far as the time that it can run? If it's not a noise disturbance to a neighbor, he says his is quieter. I mean, my in-laws have a generator, and they don't have a home business, but they definitely have a generator that they use. So I think that would be hard to police.
Mine runs at 95.
Yours runs 95, sir? Okay.
Commissioner Devlin, do you have something to add?
I do. I feel like maybe we're going down a little bit of a rabbit hole here, so I'm just going to give my input on the discussion questions real quick, because I think this is pretty comprehensive, and we could spend, which is fine, if that's what the group wants to do. We spent a lot of time on this. So I think from my perspective, what's a customary home occupation? I think that's a big-time judgment call. It's going to be different for different people. So for me, like, the foundational thing is it disruptive or not, right? So we went through a few different types of issues that could be disruptive. I think the aesthetic thing is absolutely connected to that, though. For neighbors, it's going to be disruptive to them if it's unaesthetically pleasing, right? So you have to at least consider that. As far as what approach the town wants to take as far as regulating and permitting these things, well, that really ties into the next two parts, which is the resources. I think it would be a bad decision to have a bunch of regulations that are not enforceable, right? So if you have a bunch of regulations on the books, they seemed great. Like, I mean, yeah, well, that's how we want the town to be, but they're completely unenforceable. There's no point. So I would say that if you guys are going to come back, staff's going to come back with a proposal of changes, that you absolutely consider strongly what you can and can't enforce. And then, again, that connects right in with the, are you going to put people out of business or not? If you're going to have a regulation and you're going to enforce it and it puts them out of business, then so be it. Right? It's the regulation, it has to be enforced. So I think that's my input.
And I think you gotta be really careful too, like Jeff was saying, I mean, some of this falls under HOA regulations.
For sure.
My HOA, you can have a really junky trailer in your driveway, and I would much rather have a food truck. So what if he chose to use his Smiley Swirl vehicle as a personal vehicle? It's some of that's just gonna be up to the HOAs, I think, about where those vehicles need to be located beyond what the town's already doing with their recreational stuff.
But I'm definitely willing to work with the town to try and craft regulations specifically for food trucks, if that would be helpful.
Yeah, and I would too. The only thing I would ask you, Mr. Devlin, is if you're going to put somebody out of business, I would caution you to think about how long they've been in business and operating out of Farragut, because you've been collecting sales tax dollars from them for the extended or time that they've been operating out of that window. So you're gaining benefit and then shutting them down, losing that tax revenue in that instance as well.
That's understood.
Yeah, I don't think anybody wants to do that. My only point was, if you think you're going to be putting a bunch of people out of business, then don't have the regulation. There's no point in that, right? For the reasons you just brought up.
Okay, is there anybody else on our commission that has anything they want to add to it? I think,
No, it just gets back to
it could
fundamental.
easily be, and I think,
Slippery slope.
thank you, Commissioner Devlin. I think you kind of summed up my thoughts as well. I mean, I think we've got a really large issue to tackle here, and I don't know if we have anything else we can hash out tonight? I think it,
No.
you know, we'll go back to the town staff for consideration and, you know, maybe give us more of a starting point of even town suggestions. I know you don't have the bandwidth to put in all of these regulations. This is a tough one, let's face it. This really is, and I don't think we can answer all the questions here tonight. And I don't know if we've given you any direction, Holly, and I apologize for that, as a commission, but it's a big one, and it's understood, and I think, you know, you've seen from just the discussions that we have that it's something I think we'll take seriously and, you know, consideration. I mean, we're not, you know, obviously, we're not imposing any regulations to
And there's
anybody at a disadvantage or put them out of
There's
business.
nothing that prohibits there some small work group being set up, is there? Between staff and maybe a planning commissioner or two, some local people from local community businesses that could get together? Is
One
that-
person at a time. Has to be one of us at a time,
Oh, sorry, was it not?
unless it's posted.
I got you.
Yes, one real basic question is, are there certain activities that you could group that you would definitely not want people to be able to do from their homes? That we, and again, Jeff kind of generally talks about it as a disruptive, which I agree. If their home occupation is creating a bunch of noise, even though we don't currently have a noise ordinance technically, or it's creating a lot of traffic,
Or smells really bad?
I mean,
Yeah, how many taxidermy complaints?
those
have we had?
kinds of things, I think you could,
She got one, she said.
would be some, you know, things that you really, that could be a baseline for discussion, because it's a massive issue. Just like you all said, it's kind of overwhelming when you see all these questions. It's like, where do you begin? You almost need to have a baseline of what general activities in these dwelling unit settings would you definitely not want to see?
Well, I think you've got a lot of those in these bullets
Yeah.
because of.
It's just some of that is kind of,
Dumpsters on site and stuff, you know, the.
that, and that's good.
Yeah,
And
some of
some
it's
of
common
it,
sense, But then okay? again, but there's a certain amount, common sense is a good word for it, the things that.
but some of the language is
People
pretty
push the
broad.
envelope anyway, you know?
Yeah.
That's the problem.
But like the current language, if you take a literal reading of it, it would really kind of not allow what they're doing, which again, some of the language is maybe too broad and needs to be
Well,
kind of,
some of those are just, are a big category, and there's a
Yeah.
difference. It's also, I think you used the word scale earlier, and so it's, some guy that basically has an avocation to repair a vehicle behind his house or in his garage. That's a lot different than having 3 or 4 stacked up ready to work on,
right,
or something like that. You can go down and listen, look, where's the dividing point? What's the scale? What's the relative disruption, the aesthetics, and
does the planning commission
benign or not?
care about uses that you wouldn't even know that they're, I don't personally.
I don't either.
But do you all?
Yeah.
Okay, well, that's one thing, because a lot of these home businesses, and we have a lot of them, we've updated our business license process, we realized how many home occupations we have, and that's one of the reasons we're talking about this, is because we're making people pay a fee and do things for things that are, to me, a no-brainer. And I'm not sure why we're even doing it. But it's what we're doing, and it's kind of in there right now in the language. So it's like there's these categories of home occupations that Holly was talking about. The first category, to me, we shouldn't even be involved with it, if you all are in agreement with that.
Yeah.
But you
I
do
agree.
technically have to
Yep.
get those kind of permits technically right now, if it's,
There are some businesses like realtors that are working from home where they're working for like a bigger real estate company where they have to get something from the town saying that they are a business. So there are some people that need them. Even though we don't care about them, they would need one. So that's just another aspect of it.
I think you need a subcommittee.
You're ad hoc, yeah.
yeah, that's probably not a bad idea. Let us give that some thought, and I'll discuss with Holly and Bart, and we'll try to maybe have a working committee
Steering committee.
involving a food truck representative, involving some other representatives, a member of the planning commission.
And a member of the board.
Member of the board, a homeowner association representative. So I think that's a good idea to just kind of start broadly looking at these kind of macro issues first and then trying to narrow it down, to have something to present to you all to give you a more focused discussion, you know, so, okay.
Mark and Mr. Boyd, thanks for giving your perspective,
Yes, sir.
where you're coming from. We really appreciate that. And as you can see, Holly, thank you
it's a
for
huge
the
issue.
presentation. And as you can see, the staff is working towards this, getting to a solution.
Yes, sir.
It's going to be, what the town wants, but is also beneficial for people like yourself.
Yes, sir.
Everybody loves ice cream and shaved ice.
Yeah, you've come to my office before, and we've tried to get you back into those books.
Well, now that there's a
Leave- leave your card.
second truck, I could possibly accommodate you, but that's completely off
I'll
topic.
work with Chris Morgan.
Okay.
So don't hold that against me.
Yeah, you've been a good catalyst for start our discussion.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, well,
But I'm more than happy to work with the town to craft language.
all right, Mark.
Thank you all.
Thank you, Dan.
Thank you. Have a good evening.
This last time will take about 3 hours. Do y'all want to take a break?
Yes.
Yep, let's do it.
We're going to take a 7-minute recess.
Take about a 12-hour. That's what it should be. Yeah. You're welcome.
Well, we haven't had those here for a minute, so. Because the feds don't know.
For sure. I wish this was.
All right, agenda item number 8 is discussion on general plans, comprehensive land use plan, and the mixed-use town center area, and the adoption of the mixed-use town center vision plan.
I'll say if anybody was at the Board of Mayor and Alderman meeting a couple weeks ago or so, it's basically the same presentation, so if you've already heard that, you may want to leave, you may want to run for your life. But I think this will be useful. I think it was useful for the board, and I think it'll be useful for the Planning Commission because it'll give you a lot of, and this, by the way, will count toward your 4 hours of required training that you have for being on the Planning Commission.
Do we get credit for the last time?
The previous 3 hours would not count, but this will. So, so just to give you a little context, ultimately this is related to how you all want to deal with the town center vision plan, mixed-use town center vision plan that our consultant spent basically a year working with the community on. I presented a draft of the plan back when they first finished it in May, and we had a lot of feedback on that. We made all those changes. I brought it back to the Planning Commission for approval in June as an ordinance. And as we go through this, you'll see why that was the case at that time. When we presented this to the board on September 26th, again, we went through this background and got their feedback on how they want to proceed with this plan. But then we wanted to bring that back to you all, go through kind of this background information, and then see what your all's thoughts are to see if they're consistent with the board. So, and I do have a couple of people that have signed up to speak on this, or actually, yeah, 2 people when I get through this. This will not be 3 hours. That was kind of a joke, hopefully. So just to start, I'm just going to start from the basic. When I put this PowerPoint together, I wanted to start from ground one. And this is the purpose of this workshop discussion. We're going to review the requirement for what's called a general plan. What is a plan as it applies to land use regulation? How's the plan been applied in the town? What are some of the key strategies that we have in the current plan that we have? How's the plan applied to our mixed-use town center? Why is our plan applied differently in the mixed-use town center? And the main question, as I mentioned earlier, in what manner should the mixed-use town center vision plan be approved? So, again, some background here. Everybody knows we were founded in 1980. Planning is a very critical component of why the town was founded, to have more control over how it grows as it matures as a community. The Municipal Planning Commission was created in 1980. And in the state law, the Tennessee Code Annotated, it actually is a function and duty of the Planning Commission, where you have them, not all communities have them if you don't have planning, to make and adopt an official general plan. That's a function and duty of you all. The Board of Mayor and Aldermen, in this case, may also adopt part or all or none of the plan. They don't have to, but the Planning Commission does. So the first plan that we had was about 35 pages, and it was the Farragut Community Plan. I looked at it when I was putting this together. It's pretty interesting. It was adopted by the Planning Commission in October of 1980 and certified to the Board, Mayor, and Alderman. So when we talk about a plan, what is a plan? In this state, a plan is usually not requirements. It's a guide. Some states, it's pretty much the law of the land. Where I went to graduate school in Virginia, it has a lot more teeth than it does here in Tennessee. So plans are not usually requirements. They can be approved in a number of ways. Normally, plans just include broad concepts and strategies that help guide requirements that you put in place to implement the concepts and strategies that are in the plan. And those requirements are normally in things like your zoning ordinance, your subdivision regulations, your access ordinance, your stormwater ordinance. All those things have their basis in our plan. Capital investment plan is also an implementation tool that has a lot of its basis in the community's plan. This community likes to do plans. We've had many plans over the over the years, and probably the most substantial one that we put together was actually in 2001, and that was the Transportation and Land Use Policy Plan. That was a pretty detailed policy statement plan. I know Ed was on the subcommittee, and we had a pretty good working group with that. That was actually adopted by both the Planning Commission and the board in February of 2001. Really just policy statements only. And then when we updated that plan to what we have now, Comprehensive Land Use Plan, and that's the plan I'm going to be referring to from this point forward. That really was an update to the policy plan, and it was adopted by the Planning Commission as a resolution in December of 2012 and certified to the board. The Board of Mayor and Aldermen did not initially adopt by resolution or ordinance any part of the Comprehensive Land Use Plan. This was also the first plan that actually mapped future land uses. Myself and my predecessor were concerned about mapping future land uses. That's why we never did it up until 2012, because it can create some issues, which it has. But, you know, it's not a bad thing. It does kind of give you an idea of what the community's vision is for some future date, different parts of the town. So how have we applied our current plan? It's obviously been a tool used by the Planning Commission because that's your role under state law. It guides the development of regulations, like I mentioned earlier. We oftentimes use the plan or the future land use map to help us in reviewing recommendations for changes to the zoning ordinance text or the zoning ordinance map. So if somebody's requesting to change the zoning map, we'll look at the future land use map to see if it's consistent. That's one way that we use our current plan. So the zoning map is very different from the future land use map, and this is something that needs to be clear. Y'all are probably clear about this, but a lot of people aren't, and it can get kind of confusing. The future land use map it's not requirements. It never has been. It's a map of the vision of land uses that are desired in different parts of the town at some point in the future. It's a guide that we use when the zoning map is being amended, like I said, to make sure they're consistent. The zoning map, on the other hand, does have requirements. It's a map of the different zoning districts in the town, and those zoning districts have text associated with each of them that describe what kind of uses you can do if you're in this particular zone. What you can do, how close your buildings can be to the property lines, how tall they can be, how much you can cover on the lot, those kinds of things that are requirements in our zoning ordinance or our subdivision regulations. So that's the difference between those two maps, just to be clear. They're not anywhere close to the same. In our current plan, since it is a document of concepts and strategies, it has 8 key strategies that it identified. When the consultant was working with the community, they felt like there were 8 issues that were facing Farragut that needed to be addressed. Since we adopted the plan in 2012, and really prior to that, we've been addressing most of these in some degree. We're a little bit more limited about expanding our borders because of the laws of the state dealing with annexation, but all the other ones we've been actively working on. And probably the most significant strategy in the plan that we have now is this idea of bringing about a downtown. If you look at previous plans, there's mention in most of those about this desire to have a downtown for Farragut, because we were founded in 1980, and all we really were, mostly we were farms in 1980. But what was developed was just shopping centers and some subdivisions. We had no, identity really, no character as far as people identifying as being this is downtown Farragut. So it was a need that the community has said they wanted to have addressed in our plans. So in our comprehensive land use plan that we have now, we have text related to an area called the mixed-use town center, and we have that area mapped. And that was a very community-driven process. The current map of our mixed-use town center is the area in purple. It basically, from the west, it goes from Glen Abbey Boulevard to the east toward West End Avenue and Concord Road. So that's the map, and then there's 2 pages of text in our current plan that relate to the mixed-use town center, and those are just broad concepts that talk about what's the intent of this part of the town. We were talking about the bank's text amendment earlier. When I look at somebody wanting to change the text that affects the mixed-use town center, I go back to this language and look at the broad, what are we trying to do in the purple part of the town? What are the uses that we're trying to encourage? And you look at the language, and it talks about things like, pedestrian friendly, trying to build gathering spaces, bringing buildings up closer to the street, having a higher architectural requirement, and those kinds of things that collectively kind of start creating a different look and feel and a character and identity for this part of the town. So the character page of this in our plan is very important because that's really what drives what your regulations should be doing in order to promote that character. So how's the plan currently being applied to our mixed-use town center? Originally, it was only applied by the Planning Commission. There was no board involvement at all. And the problem was when we adopted the plan that we have now in 2012, we didn't have in place at that time any requirements that actually would bring about a downtown. So there was a disconnect between the vision of the plan and what we had in place to actually bring it to fruition. So kind of giving you a little more background here, and this was kind of interesting to me to go back and remember all this because it was kind of, it was a big deal at the time. But one of the things that really initiated us looking at this urgently was there was a site plan that was submitted to the Planning Commission in August of 2014 for an express car wash, and it was at the South Campbell Station, Kingston Pike parcel where the Starbucks is currently. That property was zoned general commercial, and a car wash was a permitted use at the time. Even though it was in the mixed-use town center, it was a permitted use by right under the requirements that we had. Staff recommended denial of the site plan because of inconsistency with the plan. We'd never done that before. Prior to that, if it was a permitted use, you had to approve it. Well, we recommended against it, and the planning commission went along with that. And even though the applicant did, not challenge that, it was obvious that there were concerns about that approach, because, here we had a use that was permitted, and we're saying you can't do it. This was kind of the layout of the car wash. Again, if you're trying to promote a pedestrian-friendly kind of setting, there's nothing wrong with this car wash in other parts of the town, but in what we were trying to promote with the character in our plan, this was very incompatible. And that was the staff's position and why we recommended against it. So we had that. And then also at the same time, and this has only been 12 years ago, frankly, the heart of our town here at the intersection of Campbell Station and Kingston Pike was dead. I mean, it was far removed from a town center. We didn't have any requirements in zoning. We were very vulnerable to projects that could be incompatible with the strategy of bringing about a downtown. And then we had a bunch of kind of abandoned sites that I'm going to show you that were in the mixed-use town center. We had the old Kroger site, which became kind of a graffiti magnet. We had the old Mexican restaurant site at Brookline and Kingston Pike, which also became a graffiti problem. We had the old Silver Spoon. It was Ruby Tuesday before that, at the South Campbell Station, Kingston Pike site. All these sites basically abandoned. We had the old gas station on the other corner of Kingston Pike and Campbell Station Road. And then we had the old Campbell Station Inn site, which was a dog daycare facility in behind the old structure. And you can see that from Kingston Pike. And then, some older shopping centers that were in the mixed-use town center that just kind of needed a reface. So what did we do to try to address these things that were happening in our mixed-use town center? Well, the staff began conducting workshops with the Planning Commission. We had 2 in August of 2014. We've been working on some options along with Tom Hale to think about how to deal with this. And the preferred approach that we came up with to put in our zoning ordinance as requirements was to add specific requirements for parcels that were in the purple area on our future land use map, basically. And that dealt with permitted uses. So if you're in the purple area, you can't have an auto-oriented use if it's a new development. So stuff like that. We addressed the building facade, the height, the placement, giving people more flexibility to move buildings on their properties, get up closer to the property lines. Tried to encourage shared parking, which came into play with 35 North in particular. We looked at provisions for encouraging, not discouraging, gathering spaces. Some of our regulations prior to this would actually penalize you for trying to have outdoor gathering spaces, which was bizarre. So we kind of reversed that. And then added some accent elements to site layouts like lighting and signage to kind of, you have a certain decorative lights that are required in the mixed-use town center along with different styles of signs so that when you come into this part of the town, you can tell in a number of ways that you're kind of entering a different space. Another thing that we did along with those regulations is we recommended that the board, mayor and alderman, actually adopt by ordinance the text and the map that is in the plan, and I showed you earlier, to really do a number of things. And keep in mind, we hadn't had any requirements before that. So what we were trying to do was tie the zoning ordinance regulations more closely to the text and the map and the plan. And that would help demonstrate, by having the board approve it as well, a high level of commitment to what the plan was trying to encourage, because you got the elected officials are behind it. They've adopted it by ordinance. And it adds an extra layer of protection. You got the zoning requirements now, but you also have, if somebody's trying to change elements in the plan, not only do they have to go through the planning commission, but they got to go through the board of mayor and aldermen. So all those things were put in place to try to protect that area and start getting what we were looking for as far as development. Another very important thing that we did was adopted the architectural design standards in 2015. Now, those were actually adopted by ordinance by both the planning commission and the board. And it has a specific section in it that talks about the town center sub-area dealing with architecture. All right, so what has been the results of the action that we took in 2014 and 2015? Well, the area that is mapped for mixed-use town center, a lot of those areas have developed or redeveloped toward a built environment that's more indicative of a downtown and a different look and feel. Old abandoned sites that I showed you earlier have been developed and redeveloped with iconic architecture and building arrangement that creates a little bit of a form that separates this area from other parts of the town. So some examples of what has happened in basically just 12 years, a lot of change in this part of the town. Where you had the old Kroger site, now you've got the Biddle Farms at Farragut Town Center. And that's coming together very quickly. At the old Mexican restaurant site, you have the Chase Bank, which we talked about earlier. One theme you'll see with these new developments in the town center is the buildings are brought up closer to the street to kind of create a different look and feel and identity for this part of the town. And that's part of the flexibility that we built into the requirements to actually encourage people to do that. You had an incentive to do that. And then also having a higher architectural requirement in the mixed-use town center so that you're creating timeless buildings, you know, with a high brick percentage that have lasting value. They're not disposable stucco buildings that have a 20-year lifespan. These buildings will be around for 100, 200 years. So again, and the Farragut Gateway is another example where the old Silver Spoon was located. That was actually our first project in the mixed-use town center, and we were able to work with that developer. A lot of the things we were asking him to do initially, he thought was kind of crazy, but we were able to. He's a very nice guy, and we were able to persuade him, and I think that site's done very well. I think the Starbucks, as I understand, is one of the top revenue generators in the county, so it does pretty well. Across the street, we've got 35 North. That was another kind of creative development where being able to bring that building up closer to the street gave them more ability to work in as much parking as they could on the site, and then also create shared parking with the medical use next to that, and on the other side of Campbell Station Road with McGill Plaza. And then you have the McGill Plaza, Campbell Station Inn. This is property, obviously, that the town took control of. We bought it. We have spent a lot of money on this property. We restored the old historic inn, pre-Civil War building, demolished a lot of the newer stuff, and basically created this McGill Plaza. It's kind of a pocket park for gathering space. It's kind of in the heart of the mixed-use town center. And then even the older centers like West End Center was renovated because they saw what was going on in other parts of the town center. They were like, this is good stuff, you know. And so they took a chance and made some renovations. And one thing we tried to do in this development, because it wasn't really originally set up like this, was to encourage businesses in here to look for opportunities to create some outdoor gathering spaces. So you got the Euphoric Cheese. We tried to figure out any way we could to provide them the ability to have an outdoor gathering space like this, because again, it's kind of retrofitting into a more traditional layout, but it does create that kind of different look and feel that we're trying to encourage in the town center. So while all that was going on in the town center, we were working on the staff was working with the community in other parts of the town to try to revisit our land use plan and our future land use map to see if they were up to date and if they had any changes. First, we went to Watt Road and we amended the future land use map. We had a good discussion with the community out there. And then we actually created a new zoning district as a result of that, because a lot of them wanted to see neighborhood commercial. And we will have a project hopefully in the next couple of months that will be neighborhood commercial on Watt Road that'll be coming to you all. On Outlet Drive, again, looked at that, amended the future land use map, and we created a new zoning district to help provide for Top Golf to be able to come into the community. We had to, that was, most of y'all were involved in that. And when we first met with them, I was like, there's nothing you do that complies with anything that we have. So we had to sit down with them. What do you want to do? And we had a workshop with you all. Here's what they'd like to do. Most of it we were able to work out with them. A couple things we didn't, like I think a billboard and maybe some lighting things. But again, it was a good update to our plan and map. McPhee Road, we did the same thing. And then most recently, Boring Road, we spent a lot of time working with the community out there and then made some changes to the community service zoning district. And then we also made some updates to our mixed-use town center language. But really, when we started looking at the mixed-use town center, the remaining undeveloped part and redevelopment opportunities, we felt like, given the historic importance of the strategy of bringing about a downtown, that we really needed to bring in an outside consultant to engage the community and try to figure out if the community still wanted to have a town center, if they felt like we were on the right track, and if so, what do they want to see, especially on these undeveloped areas. So TSW worked with the community. We had 4 heavily attended workshops, and then we had 2 surveys that had over 1,200 responses. So they got a lot of feedback. As I mentioned earlier, we had the vision plan. It was finished in May of this year. I presented that to you all for discussion. We made some changes to it. Came back to you all in June to present the vision plan for approval by ordinance. And some of the background I gave you earlier gives you some context of why we did that. Again, really provide consistency with how we've been treating the mixed-use town center since 2014. And then to provide a clear commitment to the concepts and recommendations in the plan and try to encourage the maximum adherence to those concepts. But there were concerns about approving that as an ordinance, and that's understandable. So the Planning Commission postponed action in June, and staff consulted more with the town attorney on that. And then I conducted a workshop with the Board of Mayor and Aldermen, because they're ultimately going to have to figure out what they want to do with this. So as I told David, I was like, why don't I take this to the board and just see what their thoughts are on this plan, what they want to do with it, what they're comfortable with. And that's what we did. Some of the basic questions we had are the vision plan concepts and recommendations that are in there. Is it something y'all want to support? That's the first question, Planning Commission and the board. And if it is, what's the best way to do that? And then giving them some consideration on what we've gotten to at this point. So unlike 2014, now we do have zoning requirements in place to help control the type of development that can occur in our mixed-use town center. And if somebody wants to change those ordinances, they do have to go through both the Planning Commission and the Board of Mayor and Aldermen. We also, as I showed you on earlier slides, we have a built environment that has evolved over the past 12 years to kind of visually demonstrate to somebody that's wanting to maybe develop the Ford property or somewhere like that what we're looking for. So this is kind of what we're doing and what we're looking for. And then the vision plan is kind of an added element to that. It's got a little more specifics on some of those undeveloped areas and gives us some guidance on what we might consider for development and redevelopment. So a question I have for the board was whether their adoption of the mixed-use town center by ordinance was still necessary to create the additional protections that we needed to bring about a downtown. And the question I had for our town attorney and myself in some ways was whether not retaining that area as approval by ordinance would compromise the strategy of bringing about a downtown. And so we came to kind of an agreement, I think, on that, which I'll talk about in a minute. But one thing I shared with the board is, you know, we talk about ordinances and resolutions, and what's the difference between an ordinance and a resolution? And this is very general, but most of the time, ordinances are a little more formal. They're, in the town, they require 2 readings with the Board of Mayor and Aldermen and a recommendation from the Planning Commission. They're often associated with regulations, which are requirements, local laws that are enforced by the local government. Whereas a resolution is a little less formal. It's usually not legislative, and oftentimes it deals with something that's temporary in nature. It's easier to amend. It may only have to go to the Planning Commission, but it can demonstrate support in a little bit more of a flexible fashion. And that's frankly how resolutions are usually applied. It's like a resolution to acknowledge Public Works Week or something like that, just an action of demonstrating support for something. So resolutions can still, be a demonstration of support for a regulation. So I think that it's not harmful to consider approving something as a resolution versus an ordinance. So again, some other considerations. The approval, we kind of determined, could be made by resolution without harming the strategy of bringing about a downtown, considering where we're at now with our ordinances in place. So we do feel at the staff level, and I think the board also agreed, that the plan does need to be approved in some fashion. And we feel, and I think the board's feeling was, they're comfortable approving the vision plan as a resolution, not an ordinance, but a resolution. And we've done that before with plans in the past. They did have a couple of areas where they've received some input from citizens that they'd like to have revisited in the plan, and I'll show those to you briefly. One of them was a discussion about, on these framework plans, commercial entities that are 3 stories, up to 3 stories, vertical mixed use. I think there's been some concern that could introduce more multifamily in a vertical mixed use type building. So that's some language that I need to get your all's thoughts on, but some of the board members would like for that language to not be in the plan and just have it more generic, where it doesn't really talk about vertical mixed use. I can tell you in our zoning ordinance right now, if somebody proposes vertical mixed use, you could do it, but if it's more than 2 stories, we created some requirements for them to have to produce a concept plan for what your goal is for this, for having these more than 2 stories, and how you're proposing to use the building, where it's situated, and all those kinds of things, to look at that a little more closely if the building is going to be more than 2 stories. So the idea of having that vertical mixed use came about with maybe having a live-work kind of buildings to where you had, you know, a retail or an office on the ground floor and somebody lives above it. It wasn't really ever intended to be another avenue for multifamily, but that has been some of the concerns that have been expressed to board members. The other area, I think, is along Concord Road. Ed had some comments on that we can have them adjust that, but it's basically there's not a lot to change there except for some of the access points. But I believe the main comments that were left by the board were just dealing with that language concerning vertical mixed use. I'm not aware of any other issues with the mixed-use town center vision plan. Do any of you all have any thoughts on these items or any other issues that you feel like you would like to have addressed? Because honestly, the staff would like to bring this back to the Planning Commission for recommendation of approval as a resolution, probably in November. But if there's things that we need to update in the plan, I need to be aware of those so that we can make those changes. That's all I've got for your presentation, a little less than 3 hours. I do have a couple of people, like I said, have signed up to speak for this.
I think we'd like to hear from the people that are signed up to speak, and then we'll open it up for the planning commissioners.
Okay, the first one's Mike Mitchell. Remember, it's 5 minutes, so we'll just.
Oh, I won't take that long.
Especially since it's 10:40.
Mike Mitchell, Bricksworth. I think I understand that there's been a discussion about vertical mixed use in the past few weeks. Is retail on the first floor and commercial above that, is that acceptable? So for many years here, there's been this comment, no more apartments. It was on the headline of the Farragut Press. I remember, and Mark, you may be able to help me, in this body, several months ago, there was the developer for the Watt Road Apartments. And I think you might recall that he wanted apartments over retail. And if I remember correctly, the former vice mayor said no, current mayor said no, and I think that was the consensus of the board. There were a few people that supported it, but so I'm not sure I understand. Are we saying that residential over retail is restricted? It's only 2 stories? Is that what I understood?
Well, in the zoning ordinance, if you go more than 2 stories, then you have concept plan requirements that have to be reviewed first before you submit a site plan. And that's when the Planning Commission and the community can look at what are they trying to do in this building, you know, so you can have more information and guidance on that.
I recall the last BOMA meeting, and 2 of the members said that they wanted apartments taken out of vertical mixed use. Has that been done? I guess I'm unclear about where we are.
Well, we haven't done anything with that language. I mean, it's still in the plan. It's, you know, it just says commercial varies in scale up to 3 stories, vertical mixed use.
Well, since it hadn't been decided, I guess I will sit down and listen to you all. So I think that the question is, you know, what are your feelings about commercial over retail? What are your feelings about residential over retail? Specifically, one of my concerns is Concord Road. You know, we have a tragic situation with cut-through traffic in Thornton Heights, and I just wouldn't want anything that would impact more traffic there, which could encourage more cut-through traffic, I think would be detrimental. But I'd like to hear what the consensus of the board is. It seems to me you have to figure out how you're going to do vertical mixed use. Thank you.
Thank you.
The others, I have 2 others now. Louise Pavlin's the next one.
Thank you. As the MPC works through how best to handle the vision plan, I suggest this body please consider recommending to the Board of Mayor and Aldermen that the town update the current comprehensive plan, which was last updated and adopted by this body in December 2012. An update to this plan is advisable because it's been more than a decade since the last plan was adopted, and more importantly, many of the issues identified in Chapter 1, Farragut at a Crossroads, have been dealt with using the strategies identified in Chapter 2, 8 Key Strategies. In 2012, the issues facing this community included a lack of a heart for the community, declining shopping centers, lack of housing choice, missed opportunities to take advantage of our heritage, and a lack of coherent image. The rehabilitation and redevelopment of properties in the heart of our town has us clearly on the path to developing a pedestrian-oriented town center. Our declining shopping centers have been addressed. Since 2012, we've added multifamily, senior living, assisted living, and memory care. The community has made it clear that we have officially checked the box on providing a wider variety of housing choices. The purchase, stabilization, and planned renovation of the Campbell Station Inn, along with the donation of the historic Red Mill Dam and many programs the Museum Committee has put in place, demonstrate concrete efforts to capitalize on our heritage. Finally, the Planning Commission adopted architectural guidelines, updated its sign ordinance, adopted standards for poles in the right-of-way, adopted a tree ordinance, etc., to provide for a more coherent image. Chapter 4, sub-areas, and Chapter 5, expanded implementation tools, are in need of updating. The one portion of the current plan that remains relevant and has been painstakingly placed through the public review process is Chapter 3, the Future Land Use Plan, which includes the future land use map and future land use descriptions. Arguably, this is the most difficult aspect of a comprehensive plan. As we approach full build-out and continue to experience traffic coming through our town from growth around us, this community needs an updated comprehensive plan, which includes a formalized transportation plan. Our town was founded to protect and enhance its residential character. The founders recognized that if it did not act to protect this area, Kingston Pike would turn into Chapman Highway or Clinton Highway. They worked to establish this town to prevent that from happening. Poorly thought out solutions for expediency threaten our long-term well-being. More thoughtful solutions to distribute traffic over a broader network in our town and beyond our borders needs to be explored and adopted as a plan. One final note, there appears to be an effort to remove all vertical mixed use from the town center vision plan. Vertical mixed use is not just commercial on the main, residential above. Vertical mixed use can be commercial on the main and office above, which already exists in the town in the Renaissance development. Live-work townhomes could technically be considered a vertical mixed-use building. For clarity, the community and the Board of Mayor and Aldermen have been crystal clear. They do not wish to see any more multifamily, particularly in the form of high-density apartments. This needs to be made abundantly clear in the vision plan, and the C1 zoning district needs to be amended to reflect this. But removing all vertical mixed-use buildings from the vision plan is unnecessary.
Thank you, Louise.
And then the last speaker is Kim Parks.
Hi, guys. Thank you. Kim Parks, 10701 Farragut Hills Boulevard. It's hard to beat that, but I just had one thing. Can you go to the, oh, it's already there, sorry. I had just looked up there and it wasn't like that. So I live off of Concord Road in Concord Hills, and that spot with the orange is a very concerning spot. With the inability to really widen the road, I really don't think we need any more development along this road. I don't know if any of you guys have sat in traffic in the mornings on it. You know, some of my neighbors are sitting on this board. And what's gonna happen is people are gonna start taking other paths, which they already do. And we're already working to, you know, make that a less desirable path, but what's gonna happen when you make that road next to impossible to go through? It's gonna go other directions, right? Traffic will work itself out. But it's gonna go down Thornton Heights and it's going down Hulen. And we've already had tragic situations in that neighborhood and we don't need any more. So I ask when you guys make a decision on this plan that you guys think very thoroughly on what should go right here. because more development, more housing, more residential housing there is probably not a good idea. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Parks. I think Vice Chairman Sinclair started off with you. You'd like to comment on?
Yeah, because my comments are specifically on this diagram. Mark,
I've got it, yeah, we just haven't made that change in the plan yet, but I've got your markup, that's easy
Shows
changes.
the tree line and getting rid of the entrances on the Concord
Yeah,
Road and
yeah.
coming down the back.
They'd all come down, they'll all come down to this one access. Yeah, I've got all that. Basically, you wouldn't have this.
I would have it coming
Everything
off.
comes down to here.
Everything comes down
Yeah.
there, so you did all the traffic
Right,
to the red light.
yeah.
Nothing to Concord Road.
Yeah, yeah, this is what's in there right now. I would say this is, as y'all probably remember, these areas are already zoned commercial, and this is actually zoned office. And what they did when they updated this area on the vision plan was downscaled it to townhomes. But again, it's currently zoned office, so somebody by right could come in there and build an office building or a bank or something like that in that location, so. Well, again, this is just, like I said, it's this area right here.
Well, that may or may not ever come about, so.
I mean, we can always take that out. It doesn't really necessarily do any, it's not essential to the plan, but it's just an idea of, you need to be thinking about the potential for that should the larger area, redevelop and develop to where that might be a necessity. But it's not saying you have to do that because, again, this is a vision. These are not requirements. This is a vision plan. It's just like that language dealing with the 3 stories. The actual requirements would be if you tried to do anything more than 2 stories in the mixed-use town center, you're going to have to present a concept plan for how you're going to do that. So to me, I don't think that language, even though I know some of the board members, and we can take that language out or say no multifamily or something like that to make it crystal clear. But I don't see that language is harmful because we have requirements in place that would probably prevent the concerns that people have. But I think what we could do is say something like no multifamily, where we're talking about this potential up to 3-story vertical mixed use, excluding new multifamily or something like that, if that's the concern that people have. Again, I don't know what the majority of the planning commissioners have on that. It's up to the community what y'all want. We've made a bunch of changes to the vision plan in response to the community, and that's what we should do because it's a community's plan. It's not my plan. It's something that the community needs to feel good about and had bought into. And if this language would help make people feel more comfortable, if that's a remaining concern, then I think that's fine. I don't think it does any harm necessarily to the plan because I think our requirements wouldn't want that anyway that we have in place, wouldn't allow that.
I'd just like to keep the possibility of having a Renaissance type of developments in our, because we're running out of land.
Yeah.
And in Renaissance, we don't have any sort of multifamily. But that's a good example of what we could possibly have.
I think you could put that language in to just say excluding high-density residential or something like that, excluding multifamily. If that is language that would help with that, I think that's fine. I'd like to have the option to have a 2 or 3 story vertical mixed-use building if somebody can financially do it. And and my intent would never to make that into a bunch of new apartments. That's not really been the intent of this language from the start. It was really, like I said, it was a live-work kind of option. and not really large scale at all as far as adding more, density, housing density, but just give people the option to have that as a concept in the plan. It's not saying you have to do that, or it's just saying that that's maybe something you could possibly do if the area is shown as commercial. That's all. But if y'all are okay with me adding that language to it, I can have the consultant do that. We'll make the changes to the Concord Road layout per Ed's. I still got that markup, so.
Well, and I have a question.
Anything else?
Since Concord Road is already zoned commercial and office,
A lot of it is,
which
yeah.
means they could sell it tomorrow and it could be commercial and office, would that generate more trips than the townhomes that are being proposed?
It would depend on what kind of use you're doing. Townhome's going to generate about 7 trips per dwelling unit per day. It's going to be less than detached single family, which is going to be about 10. 7 to 8 for a townhome typically.
Okay, so can we get 12 units per acre with the townhomes that are proposed here with this plan?
No, you can't get anywhere close to 12
Right,
units
so
per
I
acre.
guess the idea is it's not about development or no development, right? I don't think anybody wants Concord Road to develop, but it's gonna, because it's already
Yeah.
zoned. So it's what's an alternative that would generate less traffic and be more compatible
here's
with the
the reason-
residential across the street?
Like the access points, yeah.
Oh, yeah, you should see Ed's plan.
Yeah, we'll change that to where the access comes out here.
The other thing's the red light loop road,
Yeah, that could
so that's another
help.
item that's gonna help Concord.
Yeah.
A lot of
I mean,
other-
I'd like to see this part of, like Louise has said for a long time, and I completely agree with her, from South Campbell Station to Kingston Pike, I'd like for this to be a more pedestrian-oriented street that, with a completely different character than it has right now. Kind of like what we're trying to do to Brookline by incorporating on-street parking, because that's going to kind of change the character of that road. And it also slows people down because they have to now look and make sure somebody's not backing out.
Exactly.
So
Well,
we
and
did
in the
that
morning, I mean,
intentionally.
Kimberly's right, the traffic's terrible in the morning.
Yeah,
but-
no, that's right.
But everybody's going like 2 miles an hour, so it's not,
Yeah,
that's just not gonna get fixed because of how our schools are and the traffic coming through that road for our schools. But what we can do is we can make an effort to slow that traffic down in the afternoons when it's not bumper to bumper and kids are walking home because they live in the PRZ.
I think what Louise said earlier is very relevant. I totally agree the plan needs to be updated, but we also need a transportation, a real
I agree.
transportation plan that focuses, it may just focus on this kind of mixed-use town center area.
Place to start.
And they have a lot of that in this plan. They have a lot of concepts and things that could be used to help guide a more detailed transportation plan. But, it's something that, we're trying to make this area more walkable, more pedestrian-friendly, which I think is a good thing. But we're never going to get rid of the cars, so we got to figure out
Right.
how can we address that and give people more options to get around? And, so there's a lot of things to consider, and that's why I think looking at it more comprehensively, like Louise was talking about, is a really good idea. Anything else that y'all can think of with the plan before I need to? Okay. All right, well, I'll make those changes and present it to you all next time. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Mark. Mark, do we have any utilities this evening?
Wait a minute.
We got all night.
Hour and 3 minutes.
So no utilities.
Okay. All right. I don't have any utilities.